Hello, hope you are doing great. Today, let us understand the brief overview of the importance of Python programming language. A little bit of history. It was started by Guido van Rossum and an initial version was released in 1991. As you may be aware, Python works on different platforms, operating systems like Windows, Mac, Linux, and even IoT platforms like Raspberry Pi. Okay. So now you may be thinking there are so many programming languages. Why importance to Python? Why do we have to learn Python? Let me take you to some good references. First, let me take you to IEEE org. This is a very almost pretty number one standards organization in the entire world. So this has just couple of days back itself have given a ranking for the programming languages. So if you see here, the top programming languages 2021, and if you see here, Python is coming in the top list. So they have said that, especially for the latest technologies, Python is number one. Then comes Java, C, C++, JavaScript, etc. I'll take you to another website, berkeley.edu, which is an important university. Even they have listed Python as the second most important programming language after JavaScript. Let me also direct you to one more website, ZDNet, which is almost having 30 million subscribers per month, users per month. Even they have ranked Python as number two. So it is very clear that Python is in the top list of programming languages. Okay. So now let us go to where Python comes to use, at a very high level, where and all it comes to usage. Let me directly take you to python.org. First of all, Python can be used for web and internet development, meaning they have frameworks, they have some libraries within which will help you to create web applications. For example, they have Django, which is a content management system. Okay. Now, the most well-known part of the Python is its use in machine learning and artificial intelligence programming. Pretty much many of the machine learning and artificial intelligence programs are created using Python. They have so many host of libraries like SciPy, pandas, etc., which will help you to easily create a machine learning programming. Now, it's not just that. You can also create Windows applications or a GUI application. It's called desktop GUI applications. Okay. Now, if you are from software background, you may be also aware that software development needs many other tools like, for example, continuous integration tool, some test automation, etc. Python is well known in that space also. For example, Apache Gum has been used for continuous integration. Now, even standard application like ERP also has been created in Python. For example, if you see here, Odoo is an business application. So if you can just summarize, it is used in web and internet, it is used for machine learning and artificial intelligence, it is used for creating standalone GUI application, it is used for helping software development processes, it is used in business applications like ERP, right? And also it has been well known that it's a good programming is language to teach children or even teach college students how to program. So it's used in education also. So therefore you can see that Python pretty much touches all the areas, right? From web development to machine learning to GUI applications to business applications and everything. So therefore it has found importance everywhere. Okay. Now let me take you to some important success stories of Python. It has been mentioned time and again in different places that Google YouTube was based on Python. Then Netflix uses Python for its machine learning. Netflix uses machine learning a lot to understand the trends and what to show as movies or things like that. So it is heavily relied on Python. Instagram has used the Django platform for web development, as I mentioned, CMS platform, right? IBM has used for its hardware testing applications. Yeah. Quora also is based on Python. Then there is Dropbox, Facebook, and also Industrial Light and Magic. So basically, they are like graphic companies which created graphics for Star Wars and Forrester Gump, etc. Even they have references of using Python a lot. So if you see, Python has a wide variety of success stories. So just to summarize, right, Python is almost pretty much the top programming language to learn now. It is in the first place or the second place, as stated by the top, the standard organization, top universities, etc. The second thing is why Python can be used across any kind of application, web or server side or machine learning or ERP applications, etc., etc. And also Python has been very successful and all the big names have used it. So all the big names are behind it. Therefore, it makes a lot of sense to learn Python programming language. Thank you. Hi, let us now download the required software. So there are two things that you need to download. One is the Python's core software. Another is any software development environment in which you can develop Python programs. So first let us go with the Python core software. For that you need to go to python.org and click on downloads. And when you click on downloads, you will see all the active releases. So if you see here 3.9 is the most recent release and they are telling that it will be supporting up to 2025. Therefore, you need to install the latest version and which has good support. So you go to choose whichever platform you are in, maybe Mac or Windows or whatever. Okay, I am in Windows, so I will click on download. So I have downloaded, I have clicked on download and I have kept the software. Now comes the second part. Second part is a software development environment. As I told, the core is one thing. Another thing is you need an application where you will write programs, Python programs. So there are very variety of applications to write Python program. The prominent ones are Pycharm, Jupyter, and Google Colab. So let us use Pycharm. Let us download Pycharm just to show that because it's quite famous. So so this Pycharm is developed by a company called JetBrains. If you see a JetBrains here, so go to the JetBrains website and come to this download Pycharm, place. So you'll see two things here, professional version and community version. Choose a community version. And also if you see platforms are Windows, Mac, Linux, I choose Windows. So just click on download. So voila, the software is downloaded. So with this, we have completed the download of both the Python core software as well as an IDE, Pycharm. Let us now install the core Python software. So you might have already downloaded Python 3.9.6 as instructed earlier. Click on that. So you will come up with this, this GUI. So here you have to choose add Python 3.9 to path so that it is accessible as an environment variable. Then click on install now. So once you click on install now, it will show setup in progress. It will hardly take couple of seconds. So please be patient. Okay, and then you have to just wait. It's a 64-bit software. The Python core software is getting installed and the setup was successful. Hi, after having installed the Python core software, now let us install the software development environment. In our case, we have already downloaded Pycharm from JetBrains, so we'll install that. So click on the software that you have downloaded, the exe file. It will come to this screen. Once you come here, all you have to do is just follow the defaults as I show here. So click on next, click on next. Here you can create desktop shortcut and also you can add bin folder to the path. That's it. Just go with defaults. So now it's installing. So now the Pycharm software development environment to create Python programs is getting installed. It will take hardly a minute. We need to wait. We need to have patience. Not everything comes just at the click. At least we need to be patient to wait for a couple of seconds or a minute. So it's almost done. It's almost done. Okay. So now it will end up, it will ask whether you want to reboot now or you want to reboot later. I chose to reboot later. Just click. Have a quick clear of Pycharm. So once you click on the Pycharm icon in the desktop, it will open up here. Okay. So if you see, there are some things on the left side and something on the right side. So you have projects where you can open projects. Next is customers. You can do some customization, and there are plugins where you can install, etc. Then some learn Python, some help. Okay. So let me go to customize screen. So generally what I do is, like, sometimes I don't like this color, right? I can change the different theme. So it'll appear darker. If you want, you can change the font also. Right now I'm just doing the color change. Okay. Now come back to project. So three ways of opening projects. Okay. Let's say you are working in an organization. So generally a team of people will be working on a project. So obviously a project will not be stored in your laptop. So it will be in some server, okay, and it will be monitored and controlled by source control. So you can open that project onto your Pycharm in your laptop. So it will get a copy of that. So that is using get from VC. Okay, first option of opening projects. Second is open. Basically, let's say you are working in your home, you have Python projects. You might have already created the project. It is there in your laptop or desktop. You can just reopen it. So that is this open. Now new project is, let's say you are creating a project for the first time. Okay. So you can use the new project name. So since we are opening the project for the first time, let us also quickly understand what does new project mean, what are the different settings that we can use, etc. So I click on new project. The first thing you need to give a name for the project. So I'll say, let's say hello project, hello Python. Okay. So hello Python will become the name of my project. So all the files of this project will be in this name. Okay. So here you don't do any changes. If you want to change different location, you can do, but I'm just leaving it. Okay. Now I don't want to go into detail of all this, but one thing I want to tell here is this create a main.py. See, any project will have many files. So this is a Python project, so it will have Python files. Every Python file will have an extension of py. So if you choose this create a main.py, what it will do is it will give a one ready-made Python file for you, which is with having the name main.py. So if you want, you can click that and then click on the create button to open the project. So the moment I created the project, it will land up here. So if you see on the left side, there are projects, right? So right now we are in Hello Python project, and also we have created a main.py, right, by default. So you are in that file already if you see on the left side. Okay. So this is the navigator. This is the kind of source code editor or something. So without doing anything, I just run it. Okay. If you just run it here, so you see something is printed. This is the console screen. This is so you see it says ipython, which is what this default main.py is creating. Let us do our own little bit coding. I'll just remove everything in that main.py. See main.py, I'm removing it. I'll just say print hello Python world. Okay. So in main.py, I'm just having a print statement, correct? And run this. This is how you run the project. See, hello Python world. Okay. Let me give another statement. Hooray! I am done creating first project in Python. Okay, just I'm printing something. Okay, how to run the project? Go here. So if you see here, it has printed both the same. So summary is what? We created a Hello Python project, which you can see here. We also enabled creating a main.py by default, so it created for us. So this is the editor where you can change the code. So I've come to main.py. I removed whatever code it gave by default, and I put two print statements: Hello Python world and hooray, I'm done creating. And then to run this, I just use this button, run. The moment I run, I got the output here. Okay. This concludes our first Python project, and congratulations. Hello. Let us understand how Python code has to be organized. In Python, a scope of code a set of statements has to be properly indented so that it is considered as one scope. For example, if you see here, there are two print statements here. The first two print statement which I have highlighted belongs to this if condition. That means if this condition is true, these two will execute. And if it is not true, this will execute. So I can say, let's say these two will execute. So if I run now, if you see test and test, because 10 is not greater than 50. But let's say I put like this, the first to execute. Okay. However, remember this. But let's say I put like this, something like this. Now this will throw up an error and says invalid syntax because this is not properly indented because it doesn't belong to any scope, right? So let's say in some other programming languages, you can probably get away by doing like this. But if you see here in Python, it will show indentation error expected in indent block. Therefore, in Python, always you need to have a proper indentation. So now this will work properly. So the scope of the code is always mentioned using indentation. So in Python, everything has to be properly indented. So you have to keep this in mind. Okay. So now let us talk about comments. How do we mention comments? So the way we mention comments is using a hash. This is my comment. So if you see here, only this print is done and this is considered as comment. So whatever you mention after hash will be mentioned as comment. In Python, there is no need to define the data type of a variable. The moment you assign a value, it takes that as the data type. For example, if you see here, a variable v is created with a value 10 and I can use the type function to determine the data type. So if I just run this, you can see here the value is 10 and the data type is integer. So it automatically takes the data type as the whatever value you assign, right? So let me give another example here. If you see here, now string, I've just taken a string, right? Put a value string. If you see, the value is string here and the data type is str. So it automatically takes the data type, whatever you assign. And one more thing in Python is you can change the data type on the fly. For example, if you see here, so first I had a string because first I had created a string, a variable which can store strings. And now I have assigned the same variable with the float. So the data type changes to float. If you see here, first it was string. Now the same thing has changed to float. So there is no tight restriction on data types in Python. You can keep changing it and whatever value you assign, it takes it. Okay. And one more thing you have to remember is in Python, the variable names are case sensitive. For example, if you see here, there is, if I say capital V, right, and if I assign, let's say, Boolean value, right. So now what will happen is this capital V is not taken as same as small v. In some programming languages, case sensitive does not matter, but here it will be taken as totally different variable. So if you see here, it will be taken as a data type bool. So the first V was string. I changed the definition to the data type to float by assigning the value float, and I define another variable called v, but a capital V. So this time this is taken as a boolean. So it is treated as a totally different variable name. So summary is there is no need to define data types in Python. Whatever value you assign, it will take that as the data type. You can keep changing the data type by just assigning different kinds of values. And the third thing is Python is case sensitive, meaning capitals and small letters matter. If it is different, it will be totally taken as a different variable name. And to start with data types, there are simple data types and little advanced data types in Python. So I am talking about four simple data types: integer, float, boolean, and string, which is mostly used. Okay. So let's start with integer. Integer is basically to store integer values and do integer operations. So take an example, 1, 2, 3, 3 is what you have stored in one variable and 0 another variable. I'm just going to print the values and the types. So if you see here, v1 is 1233, v2 is 0, both are having the type integer. Same thing I can make it float, okay, just to show you float. So if you show, now it stores float variable, float values, and the type is float, okay. One thing you have to know about float data type is you can store in this format also. For example, I'll show you. So what does this mean? Okay. So this means 2 into 10 to the power of 2. This means 2 into 10 to the power of minus 2. So the float, we can also use this exponential formats that you can remember. So, but if you see, both are having type float only. Okay. So that you can remember. So now let's go to Boolean. Boolean, you know that there are only true values, true and false. Okay. There are only two values. So if you see here, both are having Boolean type and true and false. So this we can use in various conditions to check whether the statement is true or not. Okay. So these are the simple operation. Now let's talk about strings. Okay. So I have here, if you see, the way you assign value to a string is like this. You say sv equals, I mean any variable name equals the string. I have done some operation. I'll come to that later. The way you concatenate strings is like this. You can use plus, and there are other functions to concatenate. Okay. Now let me just print that and show you. So the first one, okay, you take this print statement. The first operation I'm doing is length of sv. That means how many characters is there in this string it will return. So in this case it was 10 characters, so it will return 10. Now, so any string variable you can perform many functions on that, as I told. You just do that function variable name sv, in this case sv dot, and it will, if you just say sv dot, it will show all the functions that you can perform. I have chosen some three functions here just to show. Okay, you should try more things. So for example, I want to convert everything into upper. So what I'll do is I'll show the sv dot upper. If you say, it will convert everything to output and return the converted string. So if you see, it's all converted to upper. Same with sv dot lower. So I'll say everything, it will convert into lower. See, capital P has been converted to small p. Now, this is another function, sv dot is this. So if there are only numbers stored here, this would have written true, but in this case there is no number, so it is written false. See, sv dot, we're asking question, is it digits? No, it's not digits, characters, right? So it written false. Now another function is replacing. So what it does is, so in this sv, that is which is having this Peter, I am saying replace p, wherever p is there, replace with g. So it will replace and it will give a new string. So if you see, it has given this string jitter. Okay. So one thing you have to understand, that once a string is assigned to a variable, it doesn't change. Whatever operations you do, it will return a new string that you put it in another variable and use it. For example, if you see here, sp.replace, it doesn't replace here in sp, but it gives a string with replace things, okay, which I have printed here directly. Now, how to concatenate or add strings? There are various ways. The simplest way is using plus. So if you say sv, str1 plus str2, if you say print, so if you see, it has printed str as concatenated string, okay, fine. Now, third but not the least is the strings is nothing but array of characters, okay, that you have to always remember. That means, let's say in this case sv, this is str11, str1. So let me remove this just to make everything simple for you, right? So, right, sv as Peter. So what I'm doing is, I'm considering this as an array of characters. So what is the first character? P. What is the second character? E. What is the third character? T. So if I print this now, you know how to access arrays, right? The way to access arrays, you have to use the variable name and array name and put it like this and give the index of the array which you want to use it. So in this case, I have said sv is a variable name which is an array of characters here, as I just mentioned. 0 will give p. So let me print here. So if you see here, p it is, right? sv of 0 is p, sv of 1 is e, sv of 2 is t. So you need to consider string is like that and accordingly do the operations. Time for advanced data type. The first one is list. So list is basically ordered, mutable. It can store any data type and it can store duplicates. Let us understand each in one by one. First, how do we define list? There are two ways, maybe probably more. There are, at least I am talking about two ways of defining list here. The first one is using square brackets. You put all the values separated by comma here. The second one using list function. As an input in this function, give all the values of the list that you want. So if you see here, right? So when it is stored in the list, it will be stored in the same sequence that you have given. That's why it's called ordered. So it's like an array, correct? Now, one more thing have you observed here, it can store any data type. See, the first one list has just a number. If you see the second one, it has number, strings, and boolean. So that's why it's any data type you can store. So it's ordered, it's any data type. I can have duplicates also, doesn't matter, right? I can say comma 10 also. So, right? So let me show you that also. I can have duplicates also. Okay. So now, how do you access it? Correct. The way to access is, since it ordered, you can access like an array element. So for example, I can say I want to access, let's say, first element. I can say L1.0, and if I want to access, let's say in the list 2, I want to access second element, I mean the third 0, 1, 2. So if you see here, it will print L1 of 0 means this 10, L2 of 2 means 0, 1, 2, go. Right? You can access like this. Since it's an ordered, you can access like that, correct? Now let's say you want to access the entire list. You just give a list name. Okay. See? Entire list comes. So I can print you a second list also. See? Entire list comes. Correct? This is how you access, right? Now let us understand some functions that can be done on list, right? So first of all, you have to understand, if you any list if you take and if you say dot, it will show up with all the functions you can do. So let me show a few examples. So L1 dot, I'm sorting, okay? So I'm sorting, since it's numbers, I'm just sorting it. So if you print L1 now, if you see, it will be a sorted list. See, 2, 2, 10, 10, 22, correct? Now, let me show, let's say I want to remove, let's say I want to remove 2. I don't want 2 in this. See, one thing you have to understand, remove function, it will remove the first only, not everything, okay? You can see here. See, it has removed the first element here, first occurrence of whatever you are given, and the second was just left it. So it is 10, 22, 2, 10 now. That you need to understand about remove. See, I can add values, correct? So let's say append. So I'll add 66, let's say. See, it has added 66 to the list. Okay. So now I can also take another list and add to this list. So the way that is, I can see like this. So what I'm doing here is, for L1 list, I am adding L2 list. So if you now print L1, it will have combined both. See, it has both the L1 and L2, correct? So you might have just observed what and all I did. I removed, I added, I extended, right? All those I did. That means it is changeable. That's why it's called lists are mutable, right? Mutable. Okay. Now, one thing is I want to show is copy. L1 dot copy. Copy list, right? L3, I'm using L3, right? If you see print, if I say print L1, print L3, it will be same, exact same. Okay. Now, why we copy? The copy is because generally what will happen if you access the same list in multiple places, if somebody changes, somebody else will get affected. So if you don't want to that situation, we copy. Let's say I'll show you a live example. I'll go and change L of 0 to 999. Okay. Okay. Now I print both L1 and L3. So what will happen? See, just observe. See, the first list L1 is changed. The first element is changed to 999, but L3 is left as it is because you have copied it, correct? L3 is it's a separate copy now. So that is the advantage of copy. Okay. Now let me just show one last thing. to access list, let's say you want to access all the elements of the list, you can use a loop also. Okay, let's say L1, I'll just say I'm just printing. You can do that. So it will print all the elements of the list. Okay, that's it. So this completes the list. So you have to understand list is ordered. That's why I could do all this list. I can, do this. I can iterate through the list. I can access using array index. All those I can do. That's it's ordered. Second is mutable. That's why I could do add, remove, extend, and all those things, replace, etc. It can store any data type. As you can see, it has boolean, strings, and numbers and whatnot. Whatever you want, you can have. It also can have duplicates. If you see 10 and 10 is repeated, 2 and 2 is repeated, so you can have duplicates also. Now let us get into the second advanced data type, which is tuples. So what's a tuple? Basically, it's ordered, immutable, any data type, duplicates fine. So let's understand each one. Okay. So before that, let's see how to define tuples. So there are two ways which I am stating here. One is this way. You give T1, give a parenthesis, this way and put it, whatever elements you want. Second is use a tuple constructor, tuple function, and give all the values that you want to be tuple inside. These are the two ways. So let me just now print the types so that you will be aware. So if we say it is tuple, T1 and T2 are tuples, correct? This is how you define. So now let us understand what do you mean by ordered. Ordered, as I've already explained in list, it means just stored in a sequence. It can be pretty much accessed like an array. So for example, I'll say, see if you see here, the tuple T1 I'm accessing the first element, tuple 2 I'm accessing the third element, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, that is the fourth element. So since it's a sequence, I can use array indexes and access it, right? So if you see here, so it gave 10 and this one gives, so let me also say this one, so it will be clear. See, in the first one it gave the tuple 1, it gives the 10. Set in the second tuple it gave go because we access the third element, 0, 1, 2, that's the third element. So since it's ordered, you can access this way. You can also access through a loop. Okay, see for example, I'm going through tuple 2. For each element, I'm just printing it. If you see, it printed false, Sam, God. That. If you want first tuple, you just change it here. See, it printed 10. Okay. So since it's a sequence, since it's ordered, you can do this. That's what tuples are ordered. Second, immutable. What does immutable mean? See, list actually could be changed. Correct. Tuples cannot be changed. For example, let's say T1. That's my I'm going and doing. I'm trying to make it as 999. Do you think this will work? Let me run it. See, it gave an error. Why? Because it does not support. You cannot change. So therefore, you cannot add, remove, change the values. All those things you cannot do in tuples, whereas lists you could do. Correct? The third thing is any data type. So as you can see, this tuple has only numbers. This tuple has all the data types. It has boolean, it has strings, it has numbers. So and duplicates fine. See if you see here, 10, 10, 2, 2 duplicates for that. All right. Now, see every data type has some function. So you can, just go to that variable and just say dot, it will show all the functions. So again, for tuple, let me show a couple of functions. So, right, I can do t1 dot, right, count, meaning I am counting how many times something comes. Let's say in 10, let's say I want to count 2. See how many times 2 is coming? 1, 2, 3. Therefore, it printed 3, correct? Now, let's say I will say 22. How many times is coming? Only one time. It will print output as 1. Okay. Now, but let's say I want to print where exactly is Sam, right? Which index Sam is there, right? Value Sam. I can use the index function. See? So it says 1. Why? Because 0, 1. And let's say if I say gov, it says 2 because it's stored in 0, 1, 2 second index, right? So you can use these functions. Okay. So just to summarize, tuples again, tuples is ordered. That's why you could sequence you can access like an array index. You can loop through that everything. It's immutable, therefore you could not do any changes to that. You can, as you can see, you can store any data type. As you can see, you can store also duplicates. Now let us go into third advanced data type, which is sets. So sets you might have already aware from your mathematics. It is, you can define sets, you can do union, intersection, subset, superset, etc. We're going to do the same here, right? So sets is basically you can define in two ways. One is using these flower brackets or using set function. You give all the values that you need to be inside. It will be that. Okay. Now let us understand these things very clearly. Sets is unordered. It is mutable, any data type and duplicate. First, let's understand unordered. What does unordered mean? See, you might have remember from list and tuple sections where you can access like an array element. Why? Because it is stored as an order. It was an ordered sequence. But sets are not like that. So let's say if I do S1 of 0, what do you think will be the output? Guess. Error. Why? Because there is no specific order here. It's unordered. See, array is an order, right? So you cannot access like this using indexes because you don't know where what will be stored. So that's why it's unordered. So now let us understand mutable. What does mutable mean with respect to set? Basically, it means you can add and remove. So I can say no, right? Let's say, let me show one by one. Okay, I've already typed and kept so that it makes it easy. See, if you see here, add. So I'm adding element 6 to set 1. I'm adding element, some value called gen to set 1. So if I now print it, it will have that. So if you see here, the first set has 6 added here. The second set has gen added here to this, right? That's how you do. Okay. Similarly, now I can do remove. Okay. So same here. See here. I removed 3 from the first set and I can remove, let's say, false from the first set. If I print it, the sets will not have, see that this doesn't have 3 and this doesn't have false. So that's why it's called mutable. You understood, right? You can add or remove set elements. Therefore, you can call it mutable. Any data type is very obvious here. Set2 has various data types, so that doesn't matter. Okay. Now let us go into the meat of the things, meaning actually sets why it is important. So mainly it is for finding out union, intersection, subset, supersets, etc. So let's start with subset. Okay. What does, okay, well, first let's start with union. Union means what it will do is, there are two sets. Union means it will take the, it will combine everything and give the combined elements. For example, if you here set 1 as 2, 10, 3, 5, set 2 as 4. So here 10 is common. So it will be added only once in S3. Rest all the elements will be, all the unique elements will be added. So if you see S3, you will have 2, 10, 3, 5, fall, Sam, go. And 10 is repeated twice, so it will only show once. Basically, it will take all the common things and put it here. So if you say, if I print here, so see, false, 2, 3, go, 5, 10, Sam. So nothing is repeated here, right? It's combined. Okay. And if there are repetitions across, it will remove that and only show it once. So that is a union. I hope you already know this. Let's go into intersection. Okay, let me remove the other thing so that's not confusing. Intersection, if you see what intersection does is, it will take two sets, it will pick up the common thing and only take that as the output. If you see here, what is the common thing between S1 and S2? 10 is the only common thing, right? So set S3 will have only 10. See, set S3 will have only 10. Let's say I had 2 also here. Let's say I'm just showing. Let's say I had 2 also here, right? So it will show 10 and 2, right? The set, new set will have 10 and 2. Okay. Okay, that is about intersection. Now let's understand this one. Okay, subset and superset. See, subset means it's like superset and subset concept is superset has all the values of the subset, meaning it's like a bigger guy. It's like a bigger guy. It has all the things included in it. So for if you take here set 1, if you see here set 1 as everything that is there in set 2, but it also has extra, correct? Therefore, it's superset. So S1 is a superset, S2 is a subset. So now if I execute this, what will happen is, if you see here, is S1 subset of S2? No. Therefore, it returns false. But is S1 superset of S2? Yes, it is. Therefore, it returns true. Why it is superset? Because S1 has 2, 3, 5, 10 plus it has something extra. That's why it's called superset. Okay. So this is another thing that you have to understand. Now let me just change it a bit. So now if you see this set, right? Okay, if this is set, S2 has more than S1. That means S2 has all the things that S1 has and it has something more. Now if you print it, it will have a different value. See, is S1 subset of S2? Yes, because it is, it is less than what S2 has. Is S1 superset of S2? No, it is not, because actually S2 is a superset, right? So this is the concept of sets that you need to use it. Let us get into the fourth advanced data type, which is dictionary. So dictionary in Python or in anywhere else, it is just a key value pair. So let us take an example. Let's say a student. We are storing information of a student. The student will have many attributes, right? For example, his age, his or her sex, year of birth, and etc. etc. Right? So we have to define this way. So what are the key attributes here? Age, sex, and year of birth. So that is a key. What is the value? 21. Actual value is 21, female 90. So later we can define an array of dictionaries. So you will have all the students. Okay. This is one single student. Okay. Now I'm just printing the type. If you see, this is printed as dictionary. Okay. So now let us go into little more advanced activity. So let's go one by one. Okay. Remove this. Okay. So now how do I access value of a particular key? So let's say I want to access the sex of a particular record. I will say d1 of sex. It will give, the value of it, which is female, right? Female. Let's say I want to know all the keys that is stored in the dictionary. I can do this also for element in d1, print element if you do, right? It will give all the keys of that dictionary. See, age, sex, year of birth. Okay. So that is how you access, right? Now let us go into this. Okay. Now let's say I want to change the age of a particular student. Oh no, this is the student age was 22, not 21, right? And I want to change it, right? So what I can do, I can say D1, the dictionary, and the which key you want to change, age, and what is the value you want to change from 21 to 22. So I'm changing it, right? So if you print now, if you print the dictionary now, if you see here, age is changed to 22, correct? Before it was 21, you can see here if you want. Before I change it, it was 21, right? Now after I change it, become 22, right? So that's how you change a record value, right? Now let us understand. Let's say now somebody comes and says you need to store address of the student also. So age, sex, year of birth is not enough. Let us store the address also. So what you can do is you can say d1 dot update. Okay, you give the key. What is the thing that you want to store and give a particular value. So if you see here, so now it will store address also. Before it was not having address, right? So you see here. The dictionary before had only age, sex, and year. Now it has age, sex, year of birth, and address also. Now obviously we've given values. Age was 21, sex is female, year of birth is 1980, address is. Okay, that's how you add more key value pairs to a dictionary. Now let us say I want to remove the key. Somebody says no, remove year of birth. It's not much important for a student. Let's say. So you use d1.pop and do that. Okay. So let me just print before you did that so that it will be very clear. So use a pop function. See here, the first dictionary had age, sex, and year of birth. Now the section, since I popped it, I have removed it, right? So it has only um, age and sex. Okay. So this is how you can. These are some of the small operations that I did on dictionary. You can do exhaustive. You can check d1 dot and get all the functions that you can copy dictionaries. You can do many more functions. The fundamental thing you have to realize is dictionary is nothing but key value. That means what it's like, you can think like chapter names, right? You have in a book, if you say there are, if the index page, right, there will be chapters, chapter 1 page number, chapter 2, like that. So it's like that key value pair, meaning this is the from, so this, so age, sex, year of birth, like that, right? So you take a hospital, you pay the patient information, right? For how there's a patient ID, PID, it'll have some value, patient name, it'll have some value, patient dependence, yes or no. So that information that you are storing is the key. The actual values can be different. So people generally what they do is they'll define a dictionary and they'll have an array of dictionaries. Therefore, you have a entire patient information or student information or voter information. You can store many things like that in dictionary. It's a very important because it's like index. You can directly access easily. Let us now start into operators. So let's start with arithmetic operators. So this is the usual thing which is available in many languages. Maybe one or two may be different. So the first one is plus, 3 plus. For example, this is plus, this is minus, and this is divide. Okay. This is modulus. Basically, this will give reminder. And this is power 2. So 3 power of 2. So let us run this. So if you see first one is 5, 3 plus 2, 5. 3 minus 2 is 1. Right? 3 by 2 is 1.5 and 3 modulus 2, that is remainder is 1, right? 3 to the power of 2 is 9. Okay, so these are the arithmetic operators which you need to be aware. Okay, now let's go into bitwise operators. Okay, bitwise operator. So what does bitwise operator mean? Bitwise operator means it will operate on each bit. Okay, so I'll show with example. So let us store there is a variable called x with value 7 and a variable called y with variable 3. If you already know how to write bitwise numbers, 7 will be written as, there are multiple zeros before, and 0, 1, 1, 1. That is 4, 2, 1. 4 plus 2 plus 1 is 7. Similarly, 3 will be written as 2 plus 1, which is 3, right? So this is basically 2 to the power of 0, 2 to the power of 1, like that. So you can, this is a simple thing most of them would know. Okay. So what is x and y? X and y is, what it will do is the both should be true. So let's say for example in this case where it is both are true, okay, the first one both matching, second one both matching, correct? Now next is, this is 1 and this is 0, it's not matching, this is 0, so this again, let me run this so it will be clear, right? So if you see here, as I told, the first and second matching, right? So and will be true, therefore the output of x and y will be 3 because the output will be 0, 0, 1, 1, which will be 3. Now x or y, x or y means any in one of the place it should be 1. So if you see here, the first has 1, second has position has 1, even third position has 1 here. So all the three will be equal, so it will be, output will be 7. That is, it will make out the output x or y output will be 0, 1, 1, 1, which will be 7. Now what is this this one? This is called exclusive. Exclusive means in only in one of the places there should be 1. For example, if you say same thing x or y, in the first bit on the right side there is 1, 1, so that is ignored. Next also is ignored, but the third position 1 or 0, so there is exclusivity, that means it is there in only one place, so that will be come as true. Therefore the output will be 0, 1, 0, 0, which will be 4. Okay, now what is this operator? It is called left shift operator. Left shift means the bits will be shifted left. So for example in this case y is shifted 2 times, so 3, so this will be shifted 2 times, so it will come this side, right? When this 2 comes this side, it will become like, this. Okay, it will become like this, so it will be 8 plus 4, 12, so that's why you got 12. Okay, now this one, this is right bit, right shift, so you are shifting by 2. So 0, 0, 1, 1, if you shift by 2, everything will become 0. So therefore you see it has become 0. Now comes the negator. So this operator basically what it will do is whatever bits are there, it will just reverse. If 0 is there, it will make it 1, 1 is 0. So therefore, so in this case, if you see that v1 was 0, when you do bitwise exclude, negate, it will become some value. Okay, think like that. Now to show that how negate works, I have again negated that also. Okay, if you see here, right, First v1 is negated, stored in v2, and v2 also negated. So finally output should be 0, right? Because there is something I have taken, I have kind of reversed it, so it will all become some value. Now if I reverse it back, it should be 0, right? I'm just showing how, because if I show some value, you'll get confused. So two times I have done, reversing, so ultimately it should come back to the same value, which is 0. Okay, so these are the bitwise operators. So and, or, exclusive or, reverse, left shift, right shift. Okay, so now let us go to next one, which is assignment operator. See, assignment operators are very simple. If you want to do something like this, let's say x is equal to x plus 2, right? So you can write in one place like this, x plus equals to. This just means that it is x is equal to x plus 2. Same way, if you want to do something like this, x is equal to x modulus 2. So you can write that like this. Similarly, say you want to do something like this, let's assume. You can just use this operator. Same way you like this, you can use x, this one and this one. So it will, in fact, it will be the same output. Okay. Let me just run it and show you. See here, x equal to x plus 3 means what? I want to do x is equal to 3 plus 2, right? So I have used this, right? So what is the output? 5. Same way I want to do that 3 modulus 2, meaning what should be the output? 1. So instead of writing completely like this, I am using this. Therefore, what is the output here? You see 1. Same way the other things. Okay. Now let me go into something else. Comparison operator. See, comparison operator is very simple. These are the comparison operators. Let me go on by some. So equals. So I am comparing whether x is equal to y. Correct. Now is x equal to y? No, it won't. Right? It won't print equal. Correct. This is not equal to. Is next? Yeah, that is true. Right. So if you see, this should print. Correct. Not equal. Now greater than y is a less than y, greater than or equal to y, less. This is very simple, I think straightforward, right? So there's no confusion here. Let me just run it and show it. Right? Say, in this case, which should be true here? Greater. Y, this one, right? X is greater than y. Correct? Correct? That is the true, right? So it has worked. Now, greater equal y, this one, right? So is 3 is greater or equal to 2? Yeah, true. So this is true. So I just want to summarize what is that? This is equal, this is not equal, this is greater, this is less than, this is not greater than or equal to, this is less than. So you can use in if condition or any condition and do whatever you require to do. This is a comparison operator. Okay. I'm not spending too much time because these are very obvious, but I don't want to leave this also. Okay. So let me show this logical operator and or. Again, it is there in most of the languages, right? So what I'm doing here, I'm just two conditions I'm merging. So both the conditions should be true to print hello here. Here only one of the condition is enough to print true hello. So what is happening here? So I think let me, so that it won't confuse you. See this. This is not printed anything. Why? Because both has to be true. Obviously 10 is not less than 6, so it won't print, right? That's all. But if had you said 10 is greater than 6 and 2 is less than 6, yeah, it will print hello. Now similarly, let it leave it here. So I'll use OR condition. OR condition means any one should be true, correct? So in this case, yeah, this is true, right? So it will execute. So it's as simple as and OR, okay? Now is and is not. This is a simple operator, okay? Is and is not. Basically, this is like comparing equals, but you can use for any object. So if is x is equal to y, no. So it won't print, right? Right? So if you see here, it printed hello. This is the second hello. X is not y, right? So maybe I can remove this and show. Yes, okay. See if you see is x is y? No, because they're different. So but if I use x is not y, it will print. So this is the comparison, is and is not. You can compare two objects directly. Okay. Now last but not the least, in and not in. Okay, if you want to check whether any object is there in a sequence or not, you can use in and in, not in. Okay, so let's there's a list here. If 100 in L1, is it 100 in L1? No, it is not there, so it won't print L1, right? But let's say I put 20. Is 20 there in the list? Yeah, it is there, so it will print L1, right? Hello. So same way not in, right? Is 20 not in L1? No, it is there, so it won't print hello. But let's say 200 is, if 200 not in, yeah, it is true, so it will print hello, right? That's it. So this is checking. So I hope you understood everything. So you have arithmetic operators like plus, minus, and all those things, right? Plus, minus, power, and modulus, divide, etc. Then you have bitwise operators. Then you have comparison operators. You have assignment operators. You have um, logical operators. Then you have in and in, not in, and is and is. So you can, just experiment with this. What I showed with all this. This is pretty much in most languages are there. It's just a matter of syntax. You can experiment. Understand how to use if-else condition in Python. So I have given here a sample. I am comparing here string variables. Okay. You can compare numbers or whatever, doesn't matter. Okay. Also, if you see here, I am only using equal equals. You can use any of the comparison operators like this. Okay, equals to, not equals to, greater than, less than, whatever you can use. So you see the syntax here. Basically, you put if and then you put the condition, you put a colon, and then whatever statements you want to put, you can put here. It's not just one statement. You can put a many statement you want. Okay. So let me print now. So the since name is Sam, this condition will be met, and you will see two things printed. See, Sam exists and second. As I've already explained, Python is indented. So whatever you want to execute as part of this if condition, you have to just indent it and put all the statements below this. Let's say I give a value of jam. So obviously the second will be executed. So jam exists. Let's say I'm just changing the values just to show you. No RAM exists. And let's say I give some random values, right? Let's say 10. So if you see what happens, right? Nothing, matches. Therefore, the default will be coming under else. This will be executed. So the logic is if stay condition and colon, and this is what it is. If you have to put additional condition, put elif and put the condition. And if you want to do something, if no condition matches, use else and colon. Put this whatever you want to put it here. And as I told, you can use this if on any data type. Also, you can use any logical operators like this. Let us now understand while and for loops. Okay, the syntax is very similar to other programming languages. Okay, so if you see here, I'm using while and then I'm putting the condition. You have to put a colon, and whatever need to be executed in the while loop, you just put it in this indented value. So if you see in this example, I've assigned a variable n is equal to 1, and as long as that n variable is less than 10, I'll do something, which is I'm printing the value. Obviously, if I don't increment this value, this will go in infinite loop. Okay. So if I execute this, if you see, I'm printed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Correct? Now, let me now show for loop. Okay. For loop, again, there are two ways of using it, of course. So one is there is a default function called range. So what it will do is, right, if you just use it, let me first put, you see, it prints 0, 1, 2, 3. Basically, this for loop will be executed until 5 minus 1, which is 4. So basically it will start from 0 and 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 5 times. Since it starts from 0, it is going up to 4. So you can do whatever you want. Okay. So I can say second. I'm printing. So if you see here, every time this loop for loop enters, it is printing the range number and just second range number. So range will be very beneficial if you want to loop through something and like a fixed number of things. Let's say you want to loop through for 10 times or 15 times, you can just use a range function. Okay. Now let me show you, already shown you this, okay, when I was talking about lists and everything. So if you have a list or a tuple or whatever it is, or even sets, you can define like this and just use a for statement like this. For, you give any name, and you say in the list name or a tuple name here, and then whatever you want to do, you can do here. Okay, I'll just print it and show. See, every time it is printing the list value and my own some print statement. So that's it. So I hope you understood that there is while you can use, for you can use, and for you can also use a range function. Okay, and also use it as a iterator, basically to go through different lists or sets. Let us now understand functions in Python. So the way to define a function is like this way. So you say def and then you give a function name and give the input parameter for the function. Put a colon and whatever statements you want to do in that function, you can do like this. Of course, it has to be indented. So in this here, if you see, I've defined the add function. It will accept two parameters, and I'm adding that and returning that value. The way you call a function is just you give that name of the function and pass the input value. So if you see here, I'm saying add, passing 10 and 20. Okay, the whatever return comes, I'm storing in sum and I'm printing sum. Let me show you. So if you see 10 and 20 is passed, it comes 30. So if you pass 20 and 20, it comes 40. Okay, now let us go to the next point. Okay, so if you see here, now let us consider this situation. So I have defined two input parameters, but let's say I forgot to give one input value. So what would happen? So this will give an error because you have not passed both the values. But let's say there are situations where I want to default some value even if I don't pass the value. So I can use like this. While defining the function, you can say like this. So what I'm doing is, even if L2 is not passed, it will take as one. So if you see now, if I run this, now it executes with correct. So I'm adding 10. I'm not passing the second parameters. It will take 1 as default, add it and 10. So I'll say 3, it will give 31. So now you won't get that error. Okay. Now let us go into the next thing. So it's not just integers or strings you can pass. You can also pass, advanced data types like sets and lists, etc. So in this, if you see here, I have defined a function which accepts a set and a list. So therefore, I define a set here, I define a list here, and I'm calling that function by giving the input as s and l, that is a set and list. And in that function, I am actually just printing it. So you will see here. So you will see the first print statement is printing the set that I passed. The second is printing the list that I have passed. So you can pass any data type to functions. Okay. Now, the next important concept is variable number of input. Let's say I have an add function and I want to add any number of input, not just 2 or 5 or 10 like that. Whatever the user wants to pass, let him pass, but I should be able to add. If I want to define such a function where I don't know how many parameters are passed, you can use this star and just give a name for input. Okay, so define add function. I just say star and I'm taking some given one variable name. So while calling add function, see, first instance I'm calling add, I'm passing two parameters. In second instance, I'm passing three parameters. In third instance, I'm passing four parameters. So this program will accept any number of inputs. So inside that program, obviously, whatever logic you want to do, you can do. So in this case, since it's an add function, what I'll do is, it's like a iteratable object. So I'll iterate through that by using a for in that input, and I'm just adding everything. Okay, so I'm initializing sum is 0 here and I keep adding it as long as there are inputs. I'm returning the sum. So if I execute now, what would happen is, see, the first one will give 30 because 10 plus 20. The second will give 60 because 10 plus 20. The third one will give 100 because 30, 60, 100. So this is how you use variable number of input. Of course, there are much more things in functions. You can experiment and start doing different projects on it. Let us now understand global and local variables. Let's start with local variables. So if you see here, I have defined a function called opencv, okay, and I have declared a variable for loc, and I'm printing this, okay. Of course, if I now call this function, okay, if I just call this function, okay, it come to this function, it will consider it a local variable and print that. Meaning inside this function you can use LOC anywhere because the scope of that will be within that function. That's why it's called local variable. Okay. But let's say now I say print LOC here. Okay. What would happen? Can you guess? It will give an error because LOC is not defined outside this function. It's not like accessible to everybody because LOC has a local scope. Okay. So that is called a local variable. Okay. Now let us understand global variable. Global variable means it is defined outside the function. Therefore, it is accessible outside the function as well as inside any function. Okay. Now, if you see here, there is a variable called glob, and I have given a value of 11. Okay. To use such a global variable inside a function, you just use a keyword of global. So that the function we know that it is a global variable, or else it will be treating it as local variable, and the same issue will happen. Okay, so now what I am doing here, let me play or execute this. See, first I am printing glob, that is this variable. What will be the value? 11. No, but I am now calling the function. Once I call this function, it will go here and it will consider this glob as a global variable and it is assigning a value of 20. Therefore, if I print glob again, output will be 20. Okay, I think by now you might have understood, right? Local variables and global. Local variables will have a scope. That means it can only be used in the scope in which it is defined. It may be, a if loop or a for loop scope also, or it can be function also. Global variable is something which is defined outside the scope, outside any function. So you can use anywhere within the function or outside the function, etc. But if you want to make it and use it as a global within a function, give a keyword of global, or else it will become like a local variable. So if you see here, I'll see it. Okay. What will happen is if I say like this, right, without giving global variable, see what will happen is first time 11 will be the value. Now, even though this function is called and glob is changed to 20, why it is still printing 11? Because you have not given global keyword in the function. If you don't give a global keyword, as I already mentioned, it will be treated as local. Therefore, you always give a global in the function. Let us start with classes and objects, which is a very important concept in any programming language, which is object-oriented basis. Okay, so what is a class? What is an object? To understand this, let us take a real-time example. So generally you might have observed that before making any cars, actual cars, right? Let's say we are making BMW cars. Before making cars, obviously you'll make a design of it, right? How does it look, what does it contain, and all those things. So that design, it's called a blueprint or a design, is a class. Object is actual BMW car. So what will happen is you can have one design of BMW, correct? But you can have thousands of BMW cars, right? So class is a design, object is actually instance of it. Let me take another example. Construction of a house. Let's say we are constructing 100 apartments. We need to construct 100 apartment houses. So on all of same time, what you do first, we'll make a design. Okay, this is how it should look. This is how kitchen, this is how rooms, halls, etc. Everything will be done, and then we'll actually construct the houses based on the design. So the design is the class, and actual apartments are the objects. The same thing applies in programming language. This is very important concept because in general real life everything is like that, right? So for example, you take in a university. So there are various students, numerous students, but every student has same attributes, right? So the same every student is come for the same operation. So that means from a management perspective, every student has same data that they store, okay, and every student will be they will having same function. For example, uh, store attendant, get attendant, things like that, correct? So therefore, student will become a class there, and each student will become object. Same thing you can take in hospital. Every patient is same. Everything they do on patient, more or less, operations are same. But each patient actual data is different. So patient can be a class, and patient objects are each patient. Okay. So now let us understand how we do that in Python. How we define a class. So So you have to understand again, just to repeat, every class will have some data, correct, that you need to store and retrieve, etc. And there will be some methods which operate on that data. So that's it. Class means data, which is called attributes, and some methods that work on it. Okay. Now see here, how do you define? So you give a keyword called class, and actually you give the name of the class, and you put a colon, and the data that this class needs to have, later is I'm defining this way. So for example, I'm defining two attributes because a vehicle, right? So I'm saying type and model. So type can be a bike or car or a jeep or a truck. A model is when it was created. This is the data or attributes of this vehicle. Now I'm creating some functions. So I'm just saying set model, get type, set type. Okay. So we'll come to this what it is later. So that's it. So class has attributes. It has some methods. Okay. Now, how do you create an instance of the that class? The way to do is very simple. You say you call that class. It's like a vehicle and parenthesis. So V1, so an object is created. So now V1 is that object. So V1, so now what? Okay. So if you want to create another object, you say V2 is equal to vehicle, V3 is equal to vehicle. So any number of objects you can create. Okay. Now how do you access this data? There are two ways to access this. One, I directly access. If you see here, what I am saying, for this object, I am saying V1 dot type is Jeep and V1 type model is 97. So the class is a design. Now actual vehicle is, now I am saying it is a Jeep and it is 1978 model. So I am directly changing the data, correct? This is one way of accessing the data. So if I print now, if you see here, the first one is saying Jeep on 1978, correct? Now there's another way of accessing the data. You can define functions and let the user call only the functions so that they don't access this, okay? So if we see here, I am calling set model. So instead of directly accessing data, I am saying set model and set type. So I am changing now 2018 and car. Now then for getting also I can have functions, right? Get type and get model. If you see here, when I'm printing, I'm getting car and 2018 because I've defined it. Set model, get model, set type, get type. For each attribute, I can create like this. One thing you might have observed why they are using self everywhere. See, self is nothing but it is not relevant to the class, but every time an object is created like this, the object will be stored in memory because it's an actual instance. So the pointer to that is called self. Therefore, if you want to change that object, you have to use self, right? Though it doesn't make any, real sense in the class, but actual object will use it, correct? Okay, that's it. So let us now go back and summarize, okay? Because you should not get confused in this, right? So class is a design, object is an instance, okay? The object is actually accessed using self in the class definition itself. So the class has two things, data and the functions, attributes and the methods. So you can directly change this or use functions to change it. Recommended is using the functions. Okay, we'll come to that later. Now let us go to the next concept of classes, which is, be patient, little lengthier. The next concept is constructor. See, whenever you create an instance or an object, let's say while creating itself you want to set the data, or you may want to do some operations while the object is created on the fly, then you can use something called as constructor or initialization. See, how do you define it? So in the class, you have to define a function like this, init, okay, underscore underscore int underscore underscore self. Everything will start with self. Then whatever data you initialize, you define it here itself. And in that constructor, you say self dot type is equal to whatever this you are given, self dot this model, right, is equal to passing this. So now what will happen is, let's say I'm now creating an object of vehicle type. When I do that, I have to pass, because I've created a constructor. If I created a constructor, I have to pass the values car and 2030. So what will happen is when vehicle is constructed, when this is getting executed itself, this will be called and it will be set like this. So you later immediately if you print this v1.type and v1.mod, it will be car and 2000. Same way if you see here, it will be jeep and 2000. Right? See, I said the first one is car and 2030 because it is this, correct? Because while constructor is called for the object, same way second is this. Let us assume that you don't give that value. What would happen, right? See what will happen. It will give an error because, see, forget this. It will give an error because, as I told, right, when the object is created, the constructor is called, and the constructor is expecting two input parameters, and you are not passing it. That means vehicle is not getting instantiated properly, so it will give an error. So now, constructor or initialization is a very common practice. It is always better to initialize this way so that later I can just say, you can have different objects instantiated with different value, and you don't have to later do it. Okay. Now let us and also understand this. It's not just I only initialize data. I can do some checks also here. For example, I can check who is the user of this, whether he can do it or not. All those you can check, and so that's why you can fail during construction itself. Okay. Now let us understand the next concept, which is, hold on. Yeah. Let us understand the next concept, which is public and private. What does that mean? Okay. First, straight away, let me run this. Okay, there is an error. Why? Vehicle object has no attribute engine. So this is the web plus it's giving error. Why? See, okay, I'm an object here. Why can't I? So there is something called engine. If I go engine, why can't I access this? Why it's giving an error here? See, I can say v1 dot type, v1 dot model, right? Why I can say v1 dot double square engine? Why it's throwing an error? Okay, that's where comes the private and public. Okay, see, normally, last just example I told, right, there are two ways to access the data. One is directly, give v1 dot type or v1 dot model, or use these functions. Correct. It is always a recommended practice to use the functions. Correct. But know even though you use the functions, people can still use this, right? v1 dot type, but nobody's stopping it. But let's say I want to stop it. Okay, then I should make it something called as private, right? That means only the class or the object within only should be able to access. You in the program you should not be able to directly access it. To do such a thing, you have to make it like private. How do you make private in Python? Any variable name in a class, if you just give underscore underscore before, it will become as private. That's why you're not able to access this, right? That's why it says there is no attribute. But let's say I'll remove this. So now the program will work. Okay. Whatever was say what is happening v1 dot type. See, now this is private and these two will be public. Public means what? I can still access directly, right? v1 dot type, v1 dot mode. I can still access that directly. That's why they are called public. Okay. So therefore, make everything private and always allow the operations through function. That's a recommended good practice. Okay. Now let me show one thing here. Okay. Right. See, how do you access private members? You cannot access, right? You cannot access from your program, but obviously class should be able to access, right? Right. So therefore, see, if you see here, I will expose functions for this private set engine, get engine. So you can only call this function v1 dot set engine, and you will give the input. So say set engine. Now this can access in the class, in the object it can access because it is private, right? It is within himself. So it is changing to whatever you pass, and then I can give a return get engine that which can return this data, private data, right? So that's why if you see v1 see, now what is happening is I am creating an object, correct? Now I am calling a function set engine. What is set engine doing? It is actually changing a private member, right? It's changing a private member. Now v1 dot get engine actually getting a private member. So if you see, it will show us crashed, correct? But if you say like this, it will throw an error because it's private, right? But you can change, you can do like this, right? Because it is public. I hope you understand, right? So public and private, it's a very important concept. So generally the recommended practice is make every attribute private as much as possible, and expose functions, and in that function you do the necessary checks and do the changes as you think important, right? Some of the things you can do is like check for the correct easy from the correct department, does he have the rights and all those things you can check. Now let us, so we have covered classes and objects, we have covered constructors, we have covered public and private, then we are going to now cover inheritance. What is inheritance? See, inheritance is a simple concept. Okay, see, we can make a general design called vehicle, but you have to understand that even in vehicles there are still general designs. Like car is a separate thing, right? Truck is a separate thing, bike, each of them looks separate, right? It has different way, different data, etc. See, every vehicle will have some things, like every vehicle will have engine, every vehicle will have a model, like that, correct? Every vehicle will have it's something called a type, correct? But each vehicle type, for example, car, it can have totally different data, right? It has four wheels, for example. Bike has like two wheels, like that, right? So inheritance is a concept where what we do is the most common things we define in a very high level class. For example, if you see here, class vehicle, right? I'm just defining something called type. Okay, type is vehicle. I mean, I can change it later. Type is bike or whatever. Okay, and I'm just defining a constructor here to initialize that, right? Type is equal to type. Now let's say I want to create a specific vehicle. Let's say classes, cars. What do I have to do is I will define a child class. So class car, right? But what is the car? It is of type vehicle only, right? So I will pass vehicle here, right? While creating a class, remember this is while creating a class. So this is a parent class, vehicle is a parent class. The only thing it has is vehicle and a constructor. Now I'm creating a child class called car, right? Obviously child will inherit everything from parent, right? So which parent? I give vehicle. Okay, now the child will have its own data, will have its own function, will have its own constructor, right? So we will define that. See here, the parent has a data called type. So now I'm inheriting that. Obviously the child also will get type vehicle, I mean type data attribute. It is adding another data attribute called car maker. Okay, now it is adding its own constructor. This is the constructor of the child, and this is the function that is added in the child. Okay, so you understood now. So there are two things here: parent class, child class. Parent class has one attribute called type and its constructor. Child class car, it is inheriting everything from vehicle. That's why you specify here whatever you want to inherit from. Then it can add its own data members. It can add its own functions, and it should have its own constructor. Correct? Now let us go into details. So how do I initialize? So now what I'll do is C1. I will initialize a car type, right? So I'm initializing a car type, right? Now I am passing some values. Right? So first what will happen is while constructing car, the constructor of the car is called, right? In it. Now if you see, this is passed to ty, this is passed to bw. So now what I'm doing here, super, and so here what I'm trying to do is, since this is an inherited class, right, I have to initialize this value, right? So I will call the constructor of this class, so super.int, and pass whatever data I got it here to here. So what will happen, the super class, that is the parent class, is called, and the data is initialized to whatever type you give, right? In this case it will be like, it will become like car. Now after that, this particular class data I'm going to change. See, self.carmaker, that is this particular class, is equal to whatever I got it, right? That's it, right? That's what I'm doing. So now, so if I print it, if you see what will happen, c1.type, c1.carmaker I'm printing, right? What is c1.type? Car. What is c1.carmaker? BMW. That is whatever I passed here, right? But you have to understand, type is coming from where? See, it is coming from parent class. Car maker is coming from where? It's coming from child class. Okay, got it? Of course, as I mentioned, I can use I can expose a function also instead of directly accessing. The same thing you will get it. So the key thing to understand is this is the parent class. Okay. See, this is the parent class. This is the child class. How do you create a child class? Create and give a name of the child class. You specify the name of the parent class here. In this case, vehicle. The moment you do that, this class has access to all the members of this data members of this class, all the functions of this class. You can have many functions also. Here I have not defined any function. Of course, every class will have an constructor. So if you say this as a constructor here, and this constructor is for car. And if you see here, car, what I am doing, I am adding another attribute and I am adding another function. You can extend. This is called extension. So now I am initializing a car object. Obviously, you know, right? Car object. So I am giving the data that is required for the car objects constructor. So it is passed. So ty will have, so this is passed to this is passed to this. The first thing I have to do is set the data in the parent class. So I will call this, I have to use this method super, that is parent. Then parents constructor I am calling here by using super. So I am passing whatever I got it here, I am passing here, and therefore I am setting the changing the data here. So therefore car you passed, it is going here, it's coming and changing the car. Now BMW. BMW I am changing the car maker. So that is this particular class, right? So I am doing self, right? It is not super, it is self. Super is the parent where it has data type, and self is this car, and I am changing the data here, car maker. That's it. Now I expose one function called get car details in the car class. So I am when I run that, what it is just printing the type and car maker. Right? Car maker self dot car maker. What is it? It's in this class only. How you are able to say access self dot type? As I told, no, the child will have everything inherited from parent. So parent at type, you could inherit this. Okay. So therefore you do this. I hope you got it. So that's it. So let's summarize quickly. So we covered classes, right, and objects, constructor, public and private units. So what is a class? Class is a design. Object is an instance of a design. Correct? Class will have data called attributes, and it can have the functions that operate on data. So constructor is when an object is constructed or when an object is initial stated, you can pass some data and set up the data. That is called constructor, right? Public and private. So if you don't want to give access to the data members of a class directly for the program, what you do is you make everything as private by using underscore underscore and variable name. After that, you cannot change, you cannot use that, right? That's how you make. And therefore, you give functions for the user to call it. Instead of directly accessing data, you say give functions like get and set methods so that you can do some checks there. Now inheritance. Inheritance is simple, like it's a parent child. So the parent class, you inherited from the parent class when you create a child class. Whatever was there in the parent class, whether it is data or functions, will come to the child class also, right? So you can use that. Now in child class, whenever you calling the constructor of child class, whenever the constructor is called, you make sure that you call the constructor of parent also and initialize those data so that everything set up properly. Thank you. Let us now get into file handling. Okay, let me straight away start with removing a file or deleting a file. So for that you have to import a package called OS. So if you say os.remove and give the file name, okay, let's see that. So it says the system cannot file this. Yeah, obviously, right? We have not yet created this file. Okay, so therefore it will not delete it. It will give throw up this error. But let's say we want to put some checks and condition. Okay, whether the file exists, then only go and delete, or else leave it. So we can put like this. Same, you have to import this package. There is a function called exist. Okay, and give the file name. If it exists, then only you remove. Else you say you print whatever statement you want to do. So in my case, it is not there. So it will say file not found to delete. So you can use this if else condition so that or else it will be unnecessary issues. Okay. So now let us now get into writing to a file. Okay. The way you write to a file is there is a default function called open. You give that. So for that open you give the file name. Of course the path everything you can give. I am just directly using it. And you have to give the mode in which you want to open the file. So here I am saying write mode. Okay. we'll understand what does write mode mean. So right now you think that I am opening a file with write mode. Okay, so what will happen is if the file exists, it will open that file. If not, also it will create the file. Okay, now I am to write contents to this file. I can use write function, but write on what? So you have to use file handle. So once you open a file, you will get a file handle. So using that file handle, you have to do all the operations on the file. So I'm saying fh.write, I'm writing. This is my first line. Then if you want to write more, you can write fh.write. This is my second line, etc. Once you use the file, you close it. Again, you say fh file handle dot close. Okay, now let me show how to read the contents. So again, you have to use the open file, open function. Give the file name and what mode you want to open the file? Read mode. See, remember here you open in write mode. Here we are opening in read mode. So I am printing the contents of the file. How do you print? As I told, any operation of the file has to be done using file handle that you got in open. So I am calling your fh dot read function. Okay, I am closing it. Let me now show you. See here. Wrote right, this is my first line, this is my second line. So I am printing here, right? File contents are fh.read. See, this is the first line, this is the second line. File contents are just I gave a message like this. And then I called the fh.read. fh.read, it gave these two lines. Okay. So that is how you write to a file. So just to reiterate, open is the function where you open files. You open in read mode or write mode or whatever other modes also there. Once you get a file handle, all operations on the file has to be done using file handle. In this case, I did write, and I closed it. Now I again opened it using read mode. So I got a new file handle. So I can now read the contents of the file. So I can say fh.read. Okay, and close it. Now one thing you have to understand is about write. So now let me show you. We already have two lines, right? Let me write a third line. Okay, so I'm opening the same file again in write mode. So remember, this is a write mode. Now I'm writing, this is my third line. And when I print, what would happen? Can you guess? So it's only showing this is my third line. Why? What happened to first line and second? So here you have to understand, whenever you open a file in write mode, it will always overwrite the contents. The old content is gone, new content is written. So therefore you have to be very careful what mode you use. If you want to change it, you want to keep adding, then you have to open in another format which I will show now. Okay. So let me again now delete the file. Let me use that same function and delete it. See, now the file is deleted. Now if I run this again, it will say file not found. Now let me open the file in a different mode. Okay. So first what I will do is, first I will write it. Okay, just I'm going to write it. So what will happen is I'm opening a file, a new file with the write mode, first line, second line, and if I print it, it will show first line, second line. Now, if I don't want to overwrite the content, rather keep appending the file, you have to open in a append mode. I'll show you that. So reopen the same file using append mode. When you open append mode and if I add this, right, what would happen? Let's print. See here, this is the first line, second line. Whatever I gave here came appended. So remember, right, if you use the write mode, it will always overwrite the content. But if you use append mode, it will start from where it stopped. So it had stopped here, first line, second line, right? Now it will, the append mode, if you open, it will start from the end. So it will keep appending. So this you have to understand. So I hope you now understand. Let me just summarize. Okay, we used various functions, right? We used OS remove, correct? Then we used open in read mode, right? Then we used open in, let me please hang on, write mode, and also we used in append mode, right? So let me summarize. So remove will remove the file, open will give a file handle, and the mode depends. So in this case, it is read mode. So this file is opened in read mode. You can only read using this file handler. Now this is A, that is append mode. When you open a file in append mode, what will happen is the when you write contents to that, it will always start from the end. So you are not losing the content. But if you are using write mode, remember that the previous contents are overwritten. So you have to be careful. Now there are other functions which I don't want to go into, like read line and etc. Like there is a function called read line. So what you can do is, let's say like this, right? There's a function called read line. See, if you see read line, if you use read line, okay, every time you execute, it will give one line of the file. So you can experiment with all this. Let us now try to get some input from the user. The way to do that is using input function. There is an inbuilt function called input. So if you call that, whatever the user enters on the terminal will be written and stored in your variable. So in this case, if you see, I have said input. You can give any comments you want here. When I call input function, okay, it will wait for the user to input, and whatever value you enter, it will be stored here. So I have called here input twice. First number please, second number please. It will be stored in N1, N2, and I am printing. So let me run it. So I run it. See, it is waiting for the in the first statement, first input statement. So let's say I give 100, not 1000. The first is recorded. Now it will wait in, because input function is waiting for the user, right? So it will wait. So it is waiting now, right? It is waiting for the user. Let's say I enter total 2000. Okay. See, the output will show as what I printed N1, N2, right? 1000, 2000. That covers the input part. Let us now understand about lambda. See, normally whenever we want to do some operation, we create a function and then pass parameters to that function. So that function will be executed and it will return the values. So lambda is something like, it is not like a function call. What will happen is, it will be like, it's like a direct expression. Let's say there is some calculation which you are doing regularly, and you don't need to call a function. See, because whenever you call a function, something has to happen in memory, like stack, popping, pushing, and there are so many things happen. Though if you don't want to do all those, rather you just want to execute online, I mean inline, like a normal operation, you can use lambda. But lambda, like, it give you like so many things you can do, right? In whatever you can do in a line, you can put it. So for example, you see here, I'm creating a lambda. I'm having four input variables, n1, n2, n3, n4. So when these four things are passed, what will happen? In this case, I'm just multiplying and adding. I'm multiplying first two numbers, multiplying the third and fourth. I'm just adding it. This whole thing will be represented by just like this exp. So whenever I want to do something like this, I can just call exp and pass n1, n2, n3, n4. See, for example here. So what I'm doing, I'm calling the exp lambda function. The name of the lambda function exp, and I'm passing some value 1, 2, 3, 4. So what will happen is, this will be substituted directly like this. So it will become like 1 into 2 plus 3 into 4. It will be stored in out, so you can print out. So if you say, I'll just print it as 14. So let's say somewhere else I am, okay, in some other part of the program I want like same thing, right? I'll say something, right? So again I'll call that lambda function. Let's say this time I'm passing 10, 20, 30 and 40. Okay, let's say I want to do a different now. So let me print now. See, in the second case it is printing 1400, right? So what is happening is, when you call exp, there is a lambda function here. It will call this lambda function. Whatever is given here, it will be substituted here, and this calculation will be done, and the result will be here only. So everything happens inline. Whereas if you call a function, as I told, the function has to be called, it will be like some stack operation has to happen. It is more time consuming and more memory. So this is little performance, but this is only for small and quick calculations. Let us now understand multi-threading. Before that, a quick word on the difference between multiprocessing and multi-threading. In multiple processing, your application will create multiple processes. Therefore, each process is separate, and therefore it is not sharing resources between each other, and it is therefore more ineffective way of utilizing resources. In multiple threading, a single processor can create multiple threads. Therefore, each of these threads can access the common resource of the parent process, and therefore it is considered to be effective utilization of the resources. So now, why do you need multi-threading? See, generally what will happen is a process can have multiple subtasks. For example, let's say you need to read from a large file. Let's say you have to wait for something from the network, or you have to write something to, some remote location, or you are doing the complex operations. Like, so there are, at the same time, imagine that a single, flow of the process also should continue. So what ideally should happen is many things should happen like parallelly, or like without blocking the main thread, main process, right? That's when the threading came into picture. Okay. So now how do we do it? So you import a package called threading. Okay. First of all, how to create a thread? So you just call from this package a function called thread. So in the thing, you have to pass two things. One is the name of the function that should be called when this thread gets executed. See, every thread has to do some subtask, right? Therefore, it will be done in a function. So when you are creating a thread, you give which function has to be called. So in this case, I have already defined a function here. If you see thread underscore function, you can give any name. So when this thread is created, I'm supposed to execute this function, and I'm passing the args that is expected by this function. That is, just straightforward, right? Now, to start a thread, see, this is creating a thread, right? The thread has to be started with, you have to say t1 dot start. I mean, thread one dot start. We're using this handle, you say start. So this is not in the thread, it is the main program, right? Now I'm creating another thread. If you see, you can create as many threads you want. So I'm saying threading the thread again. So in this case, which function has to execute while calling this thread? See, I can give any function. Right now, I just defined one function. I'm using the same function, right? Typically, one thread will say read from data from disk. Another thread may say read from network. Third some may do some major up like that. So you can be different function. So again, I'm giving this thread also should use this function when executing, and the arguments I'm just passing something. Okay, in just some string I'm passing because I'm expecting a string in this thread. In a real life, it will be different parameters. Okay, again to start the thread, I have to take t2 start, and then I'm just putting a print statement in the main program. So how it will work? Let us run and quickly understand. See what is happening. See, first of all, see. Okay, when this program executes, right? First, this will be started. So first I am creating a thread, correct? Nothing will happen. Thread is created. Now when the moment I say start, the function given here will be executed. So that means this function will be executed. And the argument that you pass here will be passed here. So it will be passed here. So what will happen is, so in this thread, what is happening? Right? I'm printing, enter the thread, whatever name I passed. So MC, enter the thread. Correct? So it printed. After that, I have put a sleep here for 2 seconds. Okay. But if you see, before sleeping, why this one came? Continuing my right? See, it did not sleep, it did not show anything. Why? Because as I told, no, thread will execute parallelly, right? So the moment the thread is started, it is on its own, right? It is on its own as if it's parallel, and this the main work will continue. So that's why it's suddenly you saw this one because it is continuing. That is now become separate. Then you see some output is come like this first thread, correct? Now, right? See now already now the first thread is waiting. It is waiting for 2 seconds. 2 seconds is very lot. By that time, second thread also is created. See, enter because second thread I am creating, right? Thread, and I am starting that second thread. As I told, when you start, it will call this function. It will pass this. So it is called. See, it says enter the second thread, right? So that's why if you see the right, the values are not like say continuing memory. If you say haphazard, so it's not haphazard actually. What is happening here is, okay, see, this is the main flow, correct? In the main flow, I am starting two threads, t1 dot start and t2 dot start. When t1 is started, as I just mentioned, it will be on its own, and it will do whatever is required to be done, but it won't halt the main program. So therefore this started, correct? Now again, when thread 2 is started, again it became a separate thing. It will run in its own. It won't halt the main program. Suddenly it will come here, right? Continue. So therefore, it is So that means what is happening is at a time three things are executing parallelly. Thread 1, main program, and thread 2, right? So that is the advantage. But let's say, okay, but let's say I don't want to do like that. I want thread 1 to finish. There are situations like that where I want to thread 1 to finish, then go to the main one, then I want a thread to finish, then I want, if you want to do that, you have to use a function called join. That means join means you finish it first, right? See, I will just say T2 join should see. Now you can see that properly. See, enter the first thread, right? Why? Because T1. See now what is now you can understand, right? See, first thread is created. Now when you start the thread, this function is called. So therefore, whatever parameter it passes is called. So enter the thread name. It waited for 2 seconds. Then exiting the thread first. Why? Because you have said join. Since you said join, it won't start the main after this. It will wait until this thread finish. Right there, once it finished, now it said continue my work. Now it came to second one, right? I'm creating a second thread. I'm starting. The moment I start, this function is called. It goes to this function. The argument is called second thread. See, entering the second thread. Then it will wait for 2 seconds. Why? Because I have given T2 judger. Until T2 is finished, main will not continue. Therefore, it is waiting. 2 seconds, then exiting. Complete. See, properly it will execute. 2 seconds waiting, execute. Correct. Then after that it comes back here, then only you will see continuing. So you can, so it's like this, is up to you. Okay, the framework is there, you can use our, say for a, the framework is simple. You create a thread using thread in create, then you can start a thread, you can join and wait for the thread to complete. All those things you can do. Okay, the only thing you have to remember is every thread you have to give a function to execute when the thread is called, and you can pass the arguments, right? And generally people will have like an array of threads. Okay, and each thread will be doing many activities. The more the complex the application, the more the complex this threading will be. And also you have to remember is whenever you use threading, since as I told initially, these threads will have access to the common global variables, etc. You need to use something called as locks, right? So locks means like when one thread is accessing a global variable, let it lock it so that it does not affect the other thread. So once it uses, it can unlock it. Then the second thread will be waiting for the that variable. Now it can acquire the log. It can use. So all this you can experiment. So kindly as an exercise you also work on thread locking and unlocking. Okay, this will help you to understand how global variables will be synchronized. Many times you might have imported packages like for example import time and maybe use the functions in that, right? So we could have used like this, right? There are many modules like this. So what if we have to create our own module, okay, and create some classes, some data types, some functions, okay, and share it to others or use it in our own program in various places. To do that, what we can do is we have to create a new file, okay, new, new. You will let us create a new Python file, okay. So let us give us my module. Okay, and see here I have created two classes, vehicle class, student class, and I also have a function called sum, which is just going to add things. Vehicle class has type and module as attributes, and it has a function called vehicle details, which will print the details. Similarly, student has two attributes, age and name. It has a constructor, it returns the student list, right? So this is what is my module. So let's say I want to use that, right? I want to use these classes or this function in any other place, let's say in here. So all I have to do is I have to say import my model, right? If I import that, now I can use that. So I can just say write sum. So I can say 10, 20, whatever, right? And let's say I can see. So what has happened is 30. So I have used the sum function in my module package, right? For that, what I had to do, I had to create a my module.py file and put everything there which needs to be shared. Now let us say I want to instantiate a vehicle object. So from my module, so I can do same my module the vehicle and pass it. Let's say car on the model, right? Right. And just um, vehicle details. So if you just call this, see, it printed this, right? This called. So what happened here? So I am using a class that is defined in a module. I am instancing an object of that and using it. So similarly, I can also do for student because there was another class there, right? I can access that also. That's a student. Okay, student. What was the attributes of student? It was age and name. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll say age is 22, correct? And name is, let's say, uh, Tam. Okay. So I am using that, right? Student data. If you see here, it prints here. So the first one was the second 2020. So like this, you can use, whatever is there in our module, you can use anywhere. But let's say I want to allow only the usage of student and not import. So what I have to do is, you can say from my module import, you can say only student, right? So here if you see, right, right. So I'm already imported student. You don't have to give this. See, this will work, correct? See, it has given. But let's say now I give vehicle. Where is the vehicle? It's not there, correct? So it will not allow. So you can use like that also. So okay. So tomorrow, to summarize, all the things that we want to share for others or across our own projects, our own programs, we can create a module, store it with the extension py, put everything that you need to be shared here, like classes, data type, functions, everything, and just import it in other files where you need it, and start using, calling those functions or data type or classes. You can use it. Use it. Thank you. So in this way, you can create as many modules as you want, and share it with the world too. Let us learn how to handle exceptions. Let me straightforward go with an example. Let's say I'm reviewing a file here. See what will happen if the file doesn't exist, the program will terminate, which you don't want, correct? But let's say you want to handle such errors. There are many such errors. You don't want the program to terminate, but you want to do something else. For that, what you have to know is you have to handle these kind of errors. You have to catch these errors that comes from the wrong executions and then handle it. So let me show you how to do it. Okay. So now what I have to do is I have to do something called as a try catch block. Let me show you straightforward. Yeah. See here, what I'm doing is whatever statements I'm executing in my program, I'll put everything in this try after try. So what will happen if there is any error in any of the statements that happened in this, right? It will throw an error, and if I had catch that error, for example, if you see here, the last error was file not found error, right? So here what I except means except, and if I give that error number, basically I'm catching that error. So if I catch that error, the program will not terminate, rather it will execute the statements that I have given. So here if I say all I am doing is I am just saying file is not found. So my program is not terminating. But let's say the file is there, then it will say file was deleted successfully. There's nothing going to happen, right? So say let me see. It says file is not found. Before the it said file not found error and terminated the program. Right now, since I'm catching that file not found error, right? I am just doing whatever I'm supposed to do, and my program is terminated. Okay. So let me summarize. So there will be errors that happen during the runtime in a program. We need to catch those errors and handle it, or else it will terminate the program. So for example, in this case, the format is try and give everything in whatever you want to execute, you give in that. And after that, except you, if whatever errors you want to catch, use except and give the error number. And what you want to do in that processing, you can put in this block. Let's say there is no error while executing this and you want to still do something, you put it in else block. So it's as simple as that. Okay. So let me give another example, popular one, because many times people play with data, right? So let's say I'm just putting directly 10 by 0, not that somebody will do it like this, but let's say 10 by 0, right? So what will happen? See, 10 by 0, if we do, it will give a 0 division error because you're dividing by 0, which is not correct. But since I'm catching it here, see, the program is not terminating. It is doing what I am supposed to do. See, I'm just printing a statement. But let's say I'm say 10 by 2. This is not a 0. What will happen? See, now division okay. Why? because it doesn't throw an error, therefore it doesn't come anywhere here. So it comes to default else block. Okay. So this is the format. So generally what people do is not just one or two lines, they'll put hundreds of lines in between the try block, and they will catch many errors, and those errors they will process, like using except block they will catch those errors and process it. So, and if there is no error, they can do just print something in the else or do some processing in the else. Let us now understand how to import various packages into Pycharm. So for let us say, for example, I want to use numpy. Numpy is a famous package. Let's say I want to use it. If you see here, when I go and try to import it, it will give an error. It says no module named numpy. So therefore we need to import. Okay. The way to do is you come down here. If you see here, there are many things here, right? Choose Python packages. Okay. Choose Python packages, and here see whether it is installed. So obviously it is not installed. Search for what package you're looking for. Let's say numpy. Click on it. It will appear on the right side. Just click install. It says installing package numpy. Wait for it to install. It will take some time. Okay. See, package is installed successfully. Okay. Now if you see here, just remove it. If you see here, numpy is there in the list of installed packages. And if you see here, the error also is gone. And if I run that, it will run successfully. Let us now understand numpy package. Numpy package is primarily for array operations, creating arrays and doing operations on array. But you can also use it for many mathematical functions like trigonometry, sets, and many other key mathematical operations. Okay. So before you start using anything that is provided by NumPy, you have to import it, right? You can say import NumPy. As NP is just an alias, okay? So I'm importing one more thing from NumPy, which I will be using later. But primarily you need this. So to import successfully NumPy here, you should have already installed NumPy. And if you don't know how to install a package, just check my previous videos. So first let us start with some basic mathematical operation. If you see numpy, np, so now numpy will be called as np going forward. So np will have, if say this package will have many operations. I have used just a couple of them. So if you say add, subtract, multiply, least common multiply, cos theta, right? This is a trigonometric function. So if I just let me just quickly run it, nothing much to talk about. If you see, it has printed 7, 0, 6, and LCM of 4, 6 is 12, and cos of 0 is 1. So like this, there are many mathematical functions which you can use in uh, from NumPy package. Okay. Now let us get into the array part of it. Okay. So the way you create an array in NumPy is again np dot. You call a function, and you pass all this what you want to have in the array. See, right now I am working on one-dimensional array. One-dimensional array means just it has single row and columns, right? So this is a single row and it has like 7 columns. Okay. So let me just print straight away so that I'll explain one by one. Okay. The first one, if you see here, okay. Once I created an array, AR is the array now, right? So I can say AR dot ending, meaning it will tell you how many dimension array is this. Okay. So this is a one dimensional array, right? That's why you can see output as one dimensional array. Okay. What is shape? See, shape is basically, how many columns are there, right? So if you see, there are 7 columns. So it is showing 7. Okay. Now, next is this. How do you access the array element? So, in array, the elements start with 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4. So right now, I'm just printed here. If you see 0, the first one, then third one, and fourth one I'm printing, right? First one, third one. So 1, 3, 4 should be printed. If you see printed here. So this will print. There is a way to print starting from a particular column and go up to a particular index. So for example, if I say 0 to 3, what it will do is it will start from 0, then 1, 2. It will go 1 less than this index, right? So it will print 1, 2, 3. See, if you see here, it has printed 1, 2, 3. Why? Because it started here 0, 1, 2. So it will stop 1 less than this. So from wherever you started, you can go up to that. Okay. Now, how do I print, let's say for example, the last, I'm just saying, last column, okay? So it is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can say AR of 6. There is another way of coming from the back. Basically, I can say minus 1, right? So if I say minus 1, see if you see both are printed same thing. Because sixth position there is 7. I can use this method or this method. Similarly, AR of minus 2 will print 6. You can come back like that from minus, okay? The next is, if I want to loop through entire arrays and I will use it, so I can use this iterator kind of thing. For in this, you give a array name here and colon, and then you can just, this will have the column value. You can just use it in whatever. I have just printed. If you see here, now it's printed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, now the next thing is, I am showing some functions that you can perform on arrays. See, that is the main thing, right? One is creation of arrays, accessing array elements, and then you need to be able to perform some operations on arrays. So again, NP has a function called sort, where if you give an array, it will give a sorted array. See, if you 1, 2, 3, it's already sorted, so you are seeing same. Let me just give random. See now it is not sorted. No? Let me run it again. See, if you see, it is now sorted properly. Okay, so this is the basic operation that you can do on arrays. Okay, now let me show you some other operations. Okay, so first I will show copy and then I'll show view. See, what is a copy? If I say AR, that is array, AR.copy, it will give a new copy of array. Okay, so what, see here, I'm doing a AR.array and I'm copying it to CR. So CR is another array now. It's a two different copies. So therefore, since it's a two different copy, if I change in one, it will not affect other, right? So I'm showing here, see. So I copied AR to CR. Now if I change, see in AR, the first element I'm changing it to 9. Now after that, if I print this AR and CR, what will happen is, what would happen? Just check it here. See, AR is changed, no? The first element is changed to 9, but in CR nothing is changed because it's a copy. You got it, right? So you can copy arrays like that, and so that one will not affect another. Any changes in one array, if you do some changes in CR, it will not affect AR if it's like that. Now there is another function called view. Okay, so if you say on an array, if you say view function, it will give the same copy. Both will be referring to the same. So therefore, it's a view. It's not a copy. That is like both are viewing the same thing. That's what it means. So now let me change one here to, 999. So if you after that, if I print both the arrays, the first element will both will have 999. See, both will have because it's a view, right? I hope you understood the difference between copy and view. Copy is two different things, right? And view is referring to the same thing. Okay, let's move. Let's keep moving on. Okay, so there, let me show some more functions in NumPy. So concatenate. Let's say I want to add two arrays. So I'm just having one array here, another array here. So I'll say NumPy np.concatenate. If I give both the arrays, it will give an output of concatenated array. So I can print it. Okay. So if I print this, it will have both. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So that is a concatenate. So let's say now I want to just, I'm saying I concatenated it. Let's say I want that back. There should be a way to split also, right? So I can give any array and I'll say how many arrays you want to split it. In this case, since I got from two arrays to one array, I am splitting back to two arrays. So what will happen, right? If you see here, see here. So I got two arrays. If you see here, this was the first array. Now I split it into two, right? See, array one, array two. It will equally split. Let's say I give four. What is happening? I am splitting into four arrays. Okay. So that is about concatenate and split. Now let us go little further and go into two-dimensional arrays. After all, arrays is not just one dimension. It can be two dimensional, three dimensional. It can go up to n dimension. So take an example. I can define using numpy.array. I can define a two-dimensional array, for example. So this is the first row. This is the second row, right? So see. Now what I'm doing, I'm just showing print. Okay. So tr of 0 means what? First row. So I hope you know how to access two-dimensional array, right? There will be rows and column. So the first one will, for example, you take this. Okay. This, whatever is there in this bracket will represent row, whatever is there in this bracket will represent column. And therefore, since I am using only one here, it represents the entire row. So tr of 0 will represent this row, tr of 1 will represent this row. So if I print that, if you see, tr of 0 will be first row, tr of 1 will be second row. Okay. Now, what I am doing in the second, so I think it will be better if I show one by one so that it won't confuse. See, it will printing first row and second row. Okay. Now what I'm doing? See, as I told, right, this represents first row, that is first row, and 1. 1 means 0, 1. So it should print 2. Now this is tr of 1, 2. This 1 means first, that is the row. That means 0, that means 0, 1. That means 1 means it will be second row, right? So this is the row it is representing. 2 means 0, 1, 2. That is 7. So it printed 7. Okay. So that's how you need to understand two-dimensional arrays. So let's say now I want to access every column in all the rows. The way I do is again I can use for loop. See, for row in this two-dimensional array tr. So for row in, that means first it will go this row, then the second loop it will go this row. So for row in this, for each row, now I'm saying for each column in that row, I'm just printing that column, right? So therefore, if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, this is the first, it will take the first row, print all the columns here inside loop. Now it will take 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, this is the second row, print all the columns, right? Each row, then in each row you're taking a for loop each column and I'm just printing it. Okay, so you can do multiple operations on two-dimensional or n-dimensional. Okay, I am just showing, right? So as right, see, for example, what do you think this should give output? See, it's a two-dimensional, right? I hope you remember this, all this, right? We showed in one dimension. See what it shows, tr.shape. It shows that it's a two-dimensional array and each is having 4 columns, right? N dimension is how many dimensions. That is how, this is a two-dimensional array. Shape will give you how many columns in each. So for example, it's a two-dimensional array and each is having a 4 columns. That's what it prints. Okay. So like this, you can do many operations and experiment. Okay. Now let us do some more operations on arrays and show you the power of numpy. Okay. See, I'm declaring a two arrays A1, A2 here. See, what I can do is I can just add arrays. Right? I can just say I can call in numpy there's a function called add. Which earlier we just did for simple numbers, right? 2, 3, 4, whatever. Now I'm adding arrays. So I can give A1, A2. It will add both arrays and give a third array, which is the sum of each column. See, let me print. See here. First one is add, right? 3, 5, 7, 9. See, 3, 5, 7, 9. So subtract. So minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1. See. Then multiply. 2, 6, 12, 20. See. So you can do operations like this. Okay. So this is I mean, such a easy thing. You'll have to take a loop and go. So let me know, show sets. I hope you already, we have dealt sets in detail. See the way you can do set operations. See, there is a set 1, set 2 here. So I can say numpy dot union one dimensional array. And if I give set, then I can find out intersection also. Okay. So what it will print? If you see here, union will print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because all the unique elements will be taken. Intersection we will check what is common in this and print this. So what is common in this? 2, 3 and 4 is common. So it is printing. So you can do set operations also like this in numpy. So let me show one more. sometimes no, permutation in combinations, right? So if you want to find out, see, let me just run. See, 1, 2, 3, 4 is my array. So what is now? It is giving one permutation, 1, 3, so one combination of one. See now, 1, 3, 4, 2 it is. Now 4, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3. So like this, it can give different comps. So you can, the further you have to use random from numpy only. So you can generally say I'm just taking, see, take this. Let's say two them, just two columns. So what is it? So 1, 2 is one combination, permutation. Okay, 2, 1. Like that. Okay. So if you want to find out all permutations, you can use this function. Okay. Now let me tell you one thing. Don't think that num arrays is only integers. No, it can be strings, it can be boolean. See, in this case, for example, I am using strings. See, I have printed in a, so I can also use same thing. Print, let's say, right, of, let's say I want to print the last one. That is gam. See, last but the one, dam. See, like that I can operate. Okay. Now, let me tell you one thing about a comparison, a small comparison between lists and arrays. See, we have lists in as an advanced data type already in Python. So you may be thinking why arrays? See, it has been experimented that arrays are faster compared to lists, especially as it grows. Arrays are considered to be faster. And one more thing, okay? See, take here. See, I have created a list one, correct? I have created a list one, right? So let's say I want to add one. Let's say I want to add 5 to everything and print that. Let's say all the elements in the list I want to add. See, it shows an error. You can't add like that. But in arrays you can do like that. See, it added 5 to each. And similarly, let's say I want to multiply. I can just multiply. See, it multiplies 5 into. But let's say the same thing I want to do on lists. Okay, it gets confused. L1 into 5 is actually, it is replicating 5 times, right? So this is one advantage of, so arrays, from numpy provides operations like this, right? So see, I could easily just multiply, right? It becomes so easy, right? And if I do the same thing in less, it's confusing. So two things to remember: lists are slower and arrays are faster, especially when it grows more. Second thing, even basic operations like adding to each column or multiplying is not possible in lists. You have to write some program or something. But in arrays, it is straightforward provided. So you can I think experiment more in NumPy. So you can go to NumPy and check out all the functions that it provides. So you just say np dot and whatever it provides, right? There are so many functions, right? There are, I mean, I can keep, it's a very big list actually. So if you do np dot, you will get it. I can't go over everything here. You can just experiment one by one. Today, let us look into the pandas package, which is a very important package for data analysis. So in any organization, you will have a lot of data has the information about how the company is performing, whether it is employee performance, product performance, sales performance, marketing performance, etc., etc. Therefore, as a management, they would like to time and again make analysis from this data so that better decisions can be made. Let's say, for example, let's say somewhere in your organization, whether in the form of files or database, such a data exists. Okay, that is, these are the employees. Okay, John, Sam, Cat, Rita, Jin, and Tam are the employees, and these are the cars that they have sold. Let's say sales figures. So what it means is Rita has sold 40 BMW cars, Cat has sold 53 Toyota cars, Tam has sold 55 Benz cars, like that. Such a information is there. So therefore, let's say some analysis has to be made from this, right? Then we need to have, we can't manually do this. This has to be done in machine programs, correct? So nowadays, machine learning, artificial intelligence has become very critical, right? And therefore, pandas has been noted as one of the most important packages for Python. So now let us understand pandas and a lot of things around it. Okay. So now let us for now assume that the data can be in database or files or whatever. Let us just assume that this is there in some comma separated file. Okay. So first we need to get the data from the file to our system, right? Our program, right? So the first command from the pandas package. See, first you need to import pandas package. That is the first, everything has to start from import pandas as PD. This is alias, correct? The moment I import pandas, I have all the access to the functions and classes in that package. So one of the important is read CSV. What it means is read from a CSV file. The name of the file I have to give, and I'll come back to this in a quick minute. Okay, I'm just reading this from the, so I'm reading the data from the CSV file. I'm storing it in one variable called SD and I'm just printing it. Okay, let me just print it and show for you. So this is what has come, right? So this data was there in the CSV file. I've just read it into a variable and stored it here. So now let us understand what is this variable. See, this is called data frame. So in pandas, there are only two things which is very important, which is one is series, another is data frame. Okay, series is nothing but a one-dimensional labeled array. Okay, I'll come back to what do we mean by labeled in quick minute. And data frame is nothing but a 2D labeled array. Okay, so we will focus a lot on data frames here. Series will be just a minor part of it, so you can just do yourself. Okay, so data frame 2D array. See, you know that this is a 2D array, correct? What is a labeled array mean? If you see, every column has a label, right? This column has a label called BMW. This column has a label called Benz. This column has a label called Ford. This label has Nissan. This is Toyota. At the same time, every row also is labeled, right? This row is belongs to John. This row belongs to Sam. This row belongs to Cat. This row belongs to Rita. This row belongs to Jim. This row belongs to Tom. That's why it's called labeled data. And it's a two-dimensional, right? Rows and columns. So data frame, you have to understand it's a two-dimensional labeled array. Okay. So in the CSV file, it was stored like, okay, names and all the names were there, BMW and all the numbers like that. So when we get the data from CSV file using this command, we just have to specify which is the index column here, right? Which is your names here. So what will happen is this will be taken as the index, the row names. Okay. So this is the row names. This is called index now. John is the index for this whole thing. Sam is the index for whole thing. Cat is the index for whole thing. So what will happen is the first column in the CSV file will be taken as indexes and will be kept here. It is just a label for the row. Okay. That's why we use this. Now, what is this data structure now? It is a data frame. So what we have done is we have taken the data from a CSV file and put it in something called as data frame. Data frame is a Python, data structure, basically pandas data structure, which is a two-dimensional labeled array. And this is how it appears. The data frame appears like this. Okay. I hope you got it. Now we'll go into a lot of operations on this data frame one by one. Okay. The first, let us understand how do we access. Let's say we have a data frame like this. Okay. In our Python, thing. How do you access? Let's say I want to access the entire this column. Okay, BMW column. So what I have to do is I have to say you have to give the data frame name and you have to give what column you want to access like this. So if you see here, see BMW, right? So the entire column data has come and obviously the rows of it, right? John 10 BMW, Sam 20, Cat 30. These are all BMW data, but for each of the employees. Okay, that's how you access the entire column. You can give any column and it will access that. Okay, Now let us now go back to how to read a row. Let's say I want to read a row. Let's say I want to read John's row. Okay, fine. Okay. What the way I have to do is you have to give the the data frame variable dot. You have to use a command called loc and give the row label name here. See, you remember we have row labels here, right? These are the column labels. These are the row labels. So you give a row label to this. Let's say John. See, it'll get you the entire John's data. See. See what is the John's data here? John is BMW 10, right? See, this is the John's data, right? This whole thing is John's data, right? So that is BMW 10, Benz 5, Ford 1, Nissan 8, and Toyota 22, right? For the John. That is how you access a row. Okay. Now let's say I want to do this. Let me run and then explain you. Okay. Let me want to do some checks. Let's say I want to see for BMW, okay, who has sold more than 30. I mean greater than or equal to 30. Let's say I can put a condition like this. SD is the data frame variable that you must be knowing by now, and give the column name whatever you want and put a condition. You can put a condition like this. See, which is having greater than or equal to 30. So obviously cat Rita Jin 60. So it will put false false for these two and true true for the other two. Why true true? Because all are greater than or equal to 30. These cat, Rita, Jin and Tam for BMW column it is showing us true, but for others it will show us false because that is your condition. Okay, I hope you got this right. Now I'm going step by step everything. Okay, now let us say I want to access all the rows. Okay, so what I can go the multiple ways for this. One of the ways to go through a data frame iterator. So what you see? So I have to use this command sd dot iterator rows. Okay. So what I'm saying, I'm getting the index as well as that row. That means I'm getting the index. John is an index, Sam is an index, as well as the entire row. So every time when you go to a for loop, like this, the entire data will come. Okay, John, Sam, Cat, Rita, and every time the index will have this value and the row will have this value. So let's print it. So what I'm printing, I'm only printing index I'm printing, and the that particular rows. For example, take John, right? That particular rows BMW value and Benz value. So that means John 10.5 has to be the first output, right? See, John 10.5. Next will be Sam 2022. Cat 30. Because why? I'm printing the index, which is these things, and I'm printing BMW value and Benz value. Okay. See, one thing you have to understand, I'm just using print. Okay. In a real practical application, it's not just print. You will get the data into variables, you will do some analysis, you will do many operations. Okay. For ease of understanding, I'm just printing so that you will be know what I'm doing. Okay. Printing, you in your case, instead of printing, you'll do some operations. Okay. So now let us do some mathematical operation. Okay. Let us say, I want to know for each car what is the maximum. Okay. And what is the average number of, let me go on. So let me run this. You're not confusing much. See what I'm doing here. I am saying axis 0 means column wise. Okay, what I am trying to say here is get me the max for each column. See, for example, in BMW, what was the maximum? 60, correct? So BMW 60. In Benz, what is the maximum? 55. In Ford, 66, correct? In Nissan, 33. In Toyota, 53. Right? See, obviously, such information we need, right? We use it a lot of times, right? So that is one thing. Now let's say I want to get for each in each row, I want to get how much average he has sold. Okay, I'm just showing some calculation. See, John is 9.2. Why 9.2? If you average this, you'll get 9.2. 15, 16, 24, 46. 46 by 5, around 9.2 will come. So Sam is like that. See, you can apply this to columns. There's so many such operations. See, these are the operations is very important, right? That you do on columns and rows. Because once you get the data, you'll find out, you'll do a lot of statistical operations. I'm just showing a couple of them. Okay. Now let us say, okay, let me show you one interesting thing. let us say you already read the data from this. Let's say I want to add more rows. So obviously what I have to do, okay, I'm just showing you programmatically. This will also make you understand how to create a data frame through, through program, not reading from a file. See, what I have to do is, see, for each column, right, BMW, Benz, Ford, Nissan, I have to give values. That means what I'm doing, I'm adding two rows essentially. BMW 2 rows, 10, Benz 2 rows, Ford 2 rows, like this. This is a dictionary. I think you know, right? If you don't understand dictionary, go back to my dictionary video. So now this is the labels which I'll be see. You remember these two labels? Like that, I'm adding two more employees, Sasha and Sunny. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to add two more rows, one for Sasha, one for Sunny, and for Sasha and Sunny, all this data has to be input, right? That's why I'm preparing this way. Got it, right? So now I can see, before we did through read through CSV. Now what I'm doing, I'm using a command called dataframe. PD is the pandas package, dataframe. So I will pass this data, the rows, the information, this entire information, I'll pass it here, this one. And index is equal to new employees. See, this is actually index is these two, this column, right? So I'm adding two columns. So for two columns, and this it will be filled up like row. I hope you understood, right? So what will happen is Sasha will be one index, and for Sasha, BMW will be 110, Benz will be 22, Ford will be 2, Nissan will be 11, Toyota. Then for Sunny, BMW will be 20, like that. Benz will be 55, like that. So now what will happen is, now see, I am creating a data frame, okay? And first let me, I think, let me show you this, okay? See what is happening here, right? See here, right? First I created a new data frame, right? From this, that means see, this is the data frame I have created. Obviously this data frame has to look exactly like this because I am adding now, okay? So once I created that, you understood, right? See how this Sasha and Sunny came by this. These are the labels, this is the data, and this is the command I used to create a data frame. See, I have a new data frame. This was the old data frame. Now I will add both. So now what I'm doing is, for this earlier one, right? For this data frame, I am adding this one. So sd.append, that is SD is the first one which I read from file. Now I'm appending it with CS1. No, let me print it. See, if you see here, this is the latest data, correct? So what is happening? It has all the data up to before. Now it is added Sasha and Sunny. So okay, I hope you understood. So let me repeat. First, there are two ways of getting the data from to a data frame. Okay, one is I can read from a file. Okay, using read CSV command from pandas package. So it will give a data frame. I'm storing in one variable. Another way of creating a data frame is using the data frame function. For that, I have to pass these two. Okay, what I have to pass? One is the row information, all the row information. Another is this index information. Okay, once I pass this, it will create a data frame. Now what I am doing for this earlier data frame, I am appending this one which I created programmatically. That's why you can see now these are the three things existing. I hope you understood now, right? Okay. So now let us remove this so that it's not confusing. Let's say I want to add columns. Okay. Let's say I want to add columns. Okay. Simple command again, SD. SD is this data frame, right? So for this data frame, I'm inserting, okay, a column called Lancer. See, another car. This is BMW, Benz, Ford, Nissan. I'm inserting another column called Lancer. Okay, and the values what I'm giving 23562. Remember, this is a column. So for this Lancer column, I'm giving 6 values. Why 6 values? Because this CSV file has 6 rows, right? I'm giving 6 values. And that location 5, I can give any location. Right now I can say location 3 means it will insert here. I am saying location 5 so that it will insert here. I'll insert and print it. See, this was the original which I read from CSV file. It did not have Lancer car. See, now I added Lancer, which Lancer at 5. and it, what is the value? 235622. See, it is added here. Okay, so that's how you insert new columns. So I have shown you how to insert new rows. I have shown you how to insert new columns. Okay, now let us, now what we'll do is, let us try to drop. Okay, so let's say later I realize that, okay, I don't want this Ford. Okay, right, I will, what I will do is, before that, let me, so this is the original data which I read from CSV. Let's say I don't want Ford from this, so let me remove this. See, in the new one, see, in the new one, there is no Ford, right? See, there was Ford column here, right? Now I have removed Ford. So the entire Ford column is removed for all the employees. Okay. Now let us understand how to remove a row. Okay. How to remove row. See, this is the original. I am again coming back to original data so that it's very clear. So now what I am doing is, I am dropping Sam. What I am dropping? The Sam row, correct? This is the way you drop. sd dot drop. You give Sam. In place is equal to, see, most of the, operations, right? Generally, it will return new data set. So here, if you say in place is equal to true, it will change this data frame only, or else you have to copy into another variable and all this. So let me run this. See, Sam is gone. Now see, this original had Sam, right? See, yes, it had Sam. No, Sam is not. That's the entire Sam row is not there. So that is how you drop a row. So we understood how to drop a column. We understood how to drop a row. Correct? Now let me take you to one of the most important concept in, of course, all are important. So again, let me go back to that original data. I think probably I need a different data now. Okay. Okay. So right now what I'm doing is, let's say in your data, okay, there is some none and all this kind of junk values, right? Generally, when we do analysis, we have to clean this data, right? Data cleaning is one of the important concepts of the machine learning. So we have to clean the data. How do we do? So let's go one by one. Okay. First, let me create the data for you. So this I'm programmatically create. This is the second way of creating, right? So what I'm doing, I'm having a dictionary of rows and the indexes here. So if I give that dictionary of rows here and the indexes, it will create something. Let's see, you have like this. Okay. And if you see here, Nan and Nancy, why? Because if you see, Nissan and Toyota has last none, right? Last value. See, none, which is, for TAM. Okay. It can be for anybody. Okay. So now what we have to do? Okay. Let's, and see, we cannot do operations on this, right? Right? It will become difficult, right? To do operations. So let me show one by one what to do. The first thing, okay, first thing is to figure out, let's say, if you want to run some condition and want to where and all that kind of junk value is there, okay. See, I can run a command like this. You give the SD, the data frame variable, and if you say is null, see, it will say these two places true. Why? Because it has a junk value. Rest of the places it says false. Why? It is having good value. Okay. See, why it is important is, we can do some, logical analysis on top of it. That's why. Okay. Now, once we got that, let's say now I want to, instead of this one, I want to have it as 999. I just want to fill it as 919. So I can run this. Okay. I can run this command sd.fill_na and give whatever you want to replace with. In place is equal to true means it will change in the same thing. Okay. I'm running that command. See, it filled with 999. So what was it? If sd.isNull, what it will show? It will show, see, where and all it was having such junk values. Obviously, see, if you see these two had junk, so it showed here. Next, what I did, I used the sd.fill_na. sd, remember, right, is a data frame variable. Fill_na. Such junk values I want to fill with 999 and I want to fill in the same data frame, not like it will give another data frame. Once I did this, I am again running that sd.isNull. If you see sd. Now it says everything false. Why? because there is no more junk values, right? You can see for yourself here. See, everything is having values. Remember it, this we filled with 999. Therefore, everything will show us false. But initially it will show true, true because is null is true, right? 999. That's right. So this is how cleaning is done. So people what they do now, if there is some junk values like this, right? They will use this command, this fill in a command. Okay, they will use it and fill it with 0 or some 100 or some default value so that they can easily process. Or else many mathematical functions will fail. Okay, now I think time has come to see. Initially, I hope you remember that we read the data correct from a CSV file. Let's say we want to write the data. So it's very simple. You have a command called toCSV. You give a CSV file name, okay, and SD is the data frame, right? See, we have created a data frame here, right? From this to data, we created a data frame here. That data frame is in SD now. Okay, I just printed here to just show. Then that data frame, I am saying to CSV, it will go back to this. It will be put in this CSV file. Now I am just reading that to show you that no, it is done properly. Okay, so let's go on. SD3 is not defined. Okay, see, understand this. Okay, I will reiterate so that it's very clear. See, these are the column values, right? BMW column, Benz column, Ford column, Nissan column. That means it essentially filling that, and these are the labels, right? And we are creating a data frame for that, correct? Using a pandas package, making a data frame. This says, okay, I mean it has 5 columns, but essentially will become like 5 rows, correct? When filled up. Now employees is the indexes. That means John, Sam, like that. See this Benz column will become entire like this. BMW like this, and these labels will be like this. So it will become row column. So this SD now has a data frame like this. Okay. Now what will happen is now what I printed that, right? If you see here, I printed that. Correct? Now after printing, I'm saying to CSV means I'm writing to a CSV file. Okay. So if you go to the system, there will be a sales2.csv in your project. So it would have written that. Now I want to just show that it has written properly. What I am doing now, I am using the original command. Using the pandas package. I am saying read CSV. I am using the same file here, read sales CSV. Right? It is now come to SD3. So that means now from the CSV file, it has become a data frame again, SD3. So if I print that SD3, see it has come back again. So this both will be same because we put this to CSV, then we are reading it and outputting it. Obviously, it will be same, right? So I hope you understood. So you go through this multiple times. Okay, just I want to reiterate. Pandas is one of the most important package, especially for data analysis. And due to the advent of machine learning and artificial intelligence and everything, this data analysis becomes most critical. Therefore, you need to practice this more and more. Understand? Obviously, I've just given a glimpse of it. It cannot be covered everything in just half an hour. It requires hours together of learning and practice. You can experiment with different things. So there are mainly two data types in Pandas: series and data frame. Data frame is a two-dimensional labeled array. What is two-dimensional? See, this is two-dimensional, right? Forget this column and name, row names. This whole thing is a two-dimensional array. Labeled because row is labeled, column also is labeled, right? Row is labeled and column also is labeled. That's why it's called two-dimensional labeled array, correct? Now what we did after that, we understood how to read a CSV file. We can also read from database, etc., which I am not showing here. So we read from a CSV file, we created a data frame. Now we did reading column, writing column, dropping rows, adding rows, and mathematical operations, and many things we did, correct, on that. Now I also showed you how to create a data from programmatically. That is, you create a dictionary of all these things, columns, and you give this label indexes, and then you give data frame command, pd.dataframe. You can create a data frame through this also. Okay. And ultimately what I did was, whatever I created data frame, I am just writing back to a CSV file. And just to show that it's working, I have done reading back to CSV file and read. Okay. Let's now understand Google Colab. All this while we have been coding our Python programs in Pycharm. This is another way to do the same. This is provided by Google, and essentially you need to get into a website with a Gmail account. So this is better than Pycharm because it has extensive resources behind it, and therefore you can do powerful operations like a huge number crunching, like machine learning, etc. Okay, which you cannot normally do in your systems. Okay, so let us just go here, collab.resource.google.com, click on it. You must already have a Gmail account. I have it. So click on new notebook. So once you click on new notebook, it will open a new step where you can write your program. Okay, so this will be a name of the file. It will be stored in your Google G Drive. Just give a name, maybe first Python program. Okay. So there are two things here, text and code. So let's directly start with code. Okay. So each is a cell. So let me just do a Python code. Let me create a list. Okay. So just you can execute like this, right? So one advantage is you can execute part by part. Like if you write in Pycharm, an entire program has to execute, right? Here you can execute cell by cell, and each cell will take the whatever has been done in the previous. So if you imported something in previous cell, it will be taken. So if you see it, so you got the output. You can verify before moving ahead. So I can just clear the output. So let me just do for loop. See, the first print is the entire list, second is just for loop. Okay. So now if I want, see this becomes one cell. In this cell itself, we can code a lot of things and you can execute as a unit. So let's say I want to go next. So let's say I'm doing here. Okay. So this is the second cell. Okay. See here. So like this, right? You can keep on doing stuff and see like this. Okay. So you can write as many cells. So you can execute each cell and verify before you move on to. That is one advantage. This is just checked some information. Okay, not much relevant. So I think you can. Okay, so you can code like this. One good thing here is you can see the if you see how much RAM has been used, how much disk has been used, things like that. It will share. So there are many things you can do. You can just go through this and see, save a copy to D drive, save a copy to GitHub, and all those things you can do. Okay. So verify this and practice this. Let us now plot some graphs using Python matplot library. So whenever we have data, rather than just seeing in some Excel sheet or even in tabular column in outputs, it will be good if we see in graph format. So matplotlib library will help you do that. So for that, obviously you need to import this library. This program is being done in Google Colab. Okay, so therefore all these libraries is pre-installed, so you don't have to worry. If something is installed, you can install anyway. So here I have two data. Okay, so one array I am having like employees, all the employees, and another array having their sales information. Let's say I want to plot a line graph. Okay, with x-axis as this employee names and y-axis as this sales data. All I have to do is this matplot library pyplot plt. We just have to call a function called plot. First plot the data. X-axis is this one, that is array 1, that is employee. Array 2 is the sales data. Marker is each point, how do you want to mention. So let's say I want each point to be mentioned as star, I can give star or whatever you want to give. And then if I say plt.shows, remember plt is what? Matplotlib.pyplot. Okay. So if I just run this and see, you will see a line graph, right? So what is happening is the x-axis is this employee name, which is given here. Y-axis is the sales data, which is this one, correct? The array 2. And these stars are because these are the markers, points. Okay, this is how you plot a line graph. Okay, let's say I want to do a bar graph. Okay, let's say I want to do a bar graph. So what I can do is I can just same thing in the PLT there is a function called bar. So you just call that bar and plot the data and then it's a PLT.show. See the same thing is shown as bar graph. That is employee name is in the x-axis and this sales in the y-axis as given by like this. And the type of graph is bar and you are calling PLT library which is defined here. It says show. So I am showing different kinds of things you can do. Let's say no, I want to do a scatter diagram. Scatter diagram is right. It is like just dots all over, right? The same thing if you see these dots are the scatters. These are the points, right? Join has made 22. That's why it's come here. Sam has made 11, so it's come here. Cam has made 33, so it's like so. These are the points. This is called scatter diagram. Okay. So same thing here. PLT library pyplot and use the scatter function and give the x-axis, y-axis, and say show. Now let me say I want to do a pie chart. Okay. Let me show a pie chart. So pie chart is simple. You have to give one data, right? Because it's just a pie, right? So you give. So I right now I'm just saying array 2, which is this one, the sales data. And let me run it so you'll have an idea. So it is showing a pie chart, right? So based on which data? Based on array 2, which is the sales figures, correct? And for each then we can give labels, right? So I'm just giving array 1, that is employees here. So what will happen is using this, it will plot the pie chart, and using this, it will give the names to that information. Okay. Say for example, in array 2, 22 is the first two. So array 22 belongs to whom? John. So if you see 22, blue is John. Now in array 2, which is the next item, 11 belongs to what? Sam. So it is showing Sam like that. So you can do like this. Okay. It is very simple. Now let me now. So we used numpy and then did all this, correct? Now I am sure earlier we have done data frame. If you have any questions on data frame, you can go back to my earlier videos on data frame and check it. So we will plot using data frame. Okay. So for that you have to, as usual, you have to have pandas, which is for data frames, and this is matplotlib for plotting, and numpy. Okay, because it depends. So what is happening here? I'm defining a dictionary called sales. So BMW, Benz, these are the different kinds of cars. So I hope you remember from data frame. This will become, each one is one column, and these are the values in that. Correct. Now this is the index of the. Let me just show you first so that if you're not aware, you can just be clear about it. Let me just see, you remember from, I'm just trying to repeat data frame. So this data frame is what? Two-dimensional labeled array. So the columns comes from here, right? So BMW 2315 like that, Benz like that, and the rows ID will come from here, right? So that's what we give here. When creating a data frame from there, we give all the column information here, and the row index will give it here, and therefore it will create a two-dimensional array. This is the data frame. Okay, I'm just repeating. Okay, now if I want to draw directly from that, I can give the data frame name df dot plot dot whatever graph you want to give. If we give and show, so it will show bar graph. See what is happening here. So how it will show is John, which is this one. See, John is a row, right? So obviously John has what? BMW, Benz, Toyota, Ford, everything. Similarly, Sam has everything. See, Cindy also would have sold everything. Kate also. So therefore, if you see each one having 4 right? 4 bars. Each representing the sales of the whatever they have done, right? So this gives a good representation. So you can use a data frame for plotting. Okay. Now let me get into another important concept, which is figures and axes. So I'm just printing it so that then I can explain. See, in any graph, if you see that red thing that you see is nothing but a figure, and each thing that area you see is called axis. Okay. So what you can do is, so now that means I can draw multiple graphs in the same figure, right? So I'm just okay. I hope you understand this. For that you have to import this. So now let me do one by one. See, I'm having two arrays as usual. One representing the employee name, another represents sales. See, first what you have to do is, first you have to call PLT is the matplotlib. If you say plt.subplot, meaning how many subplots we want. See, in this case, I'm having two subplots, correct? So how that means one row, two columns, like that. This is one row, two columns. So what will happen? It will give an output and fill it up into figure and axis. Figure is nothing but this entire background thing, and a axis will have each subplot information. Okay. Now you see. Okay. So now what I'm doing is entire that figure I'm setting the color as red. That's why it come red. So I can change it to gray also. For example, see here. I can change it to gray also. See, now it appear in gray. This is the figure. I hope you understood it. The background, the entire thing is figure. Now each is an axis, right? So there will see, since it is one row, two column, I'll have two axes. That is axis 0, axis 1. So what I'm doing in axis 0, I'm setting its color to white. That's why this is appearing white. Axis 1, I'm setting it to orange. That's why it's appearing orange. Okay. Now what I'm to just show you what I'm doing is I'm drawing a bar graph in axis 0 only. I'm not drawing anything here. Okay, if I want I can draw, but let me show axis bar. See what again, bar graph is simple. You need to pass the x-axis and y-axis. So pass array1, array2. So that's why you got this, correct? Now along with that I can set the title of the bar graph. That's so using this command. This axis 0 dot axis dot axis dot set title. So I'm saying employee SSL. Similarly I can set x-axis label. So here I'm saying axis 0 dot axis dot axis the set label emp. I also set the label for y using set y label cell. Okay, so then I'm plotting that, right? I'm plotting the information. So this is not correct. So I'm plotting both, which is not correct. Let me just show you. Correct. Now if you just see here, so axis 0 has a bar graph, right? Because I'm only using it. Let's say I want to do something in axis 1 also. What I can do is maybe I can axis 1. I'll just draw. See, I put a line graph here, right? See, plot is for a line graph and bar. So what I'm doing, same thing. I'm using array1, array2 here. Array1 is nothing but employee name. Array2 is nothing but this one. Similarly, I can do this also. I can set its, let me just set title. You can go ahead and set for array. Axis 1 also I am setting. See, that also comes. Similarly, you can set x-axis. So I hope you understood, right? So the most important concept is the background is the the figure. So I can change any color. Let's say I make it black. That's how you know that that is the figure. See, the entire thing can become flat, correct? Or I can make it white. However you wish. Okay. See, now white is little confusing because you can't see that, right? Maybe red. Okay. See, figure is the background, the entire picture. Then these two, each individual is called axis. So, first what we need to do is get the how many plots you want, right? If you say here you are giving I want two plots in one row. That's why I got this is like one row and I got two axes, correct? Two plots. Then I'm setting the background color and then axis 0 is for this one, axis 1 is for this one. So so I can do whatever I want in that axis. So in this case what I have done, I have written a bar graph here and I have plotted a line graph here. How I have plotted a bar graph? Axis 0 dot bar, array 1 is the employee name, array 2 is the sales figure. Similarly, axis 1 I have plotted a line graph and again, okay. One thing I want to show here is sometimes what will happen is we may want many graphs, right? It's not just see here. See what I'm doing. I want two subplots here, but three rows. That means six you are getting, correct? So what is happening is there are three rows, and in each row there are two things. So that means we can literally plot six graphs here. How you plot again? So since there are six, it's a multi-dimensional, right? So you got multi-dimensional. That is, so that means you need to use row column. That is, let's say first row. Let's say first. I mean second row. Zero is the starting, right? So second row, second column, right? Is equal to axis dot axis 0 1 comma 1 dot par. Please hold on. Basic mistake here. See here. Okay. So as I told, we can have how many of our plots we want, we can have here. So how I do is I use this plt.subplots. So what I'm saying is I want 3 rows, 1, 2, 3, and each row I want like 2 sub areas, subplots. That's what is 2. That means totally I got 6. So this basically the entire background is called figure. So I'm just setting background color set. Now to access any particular subplot, so since it is a two-dimensional now, I have to use two-dimensional way, correct? So this axis will have all the subplots. So how I access 0 comma 1, that means what I'm doing is first row. 0 means, so always remember the first will represent the row, second will represent the column in a 2D. When I see 0, it is representing the first row, and 1 means second column. So axis of 0 1. So here I'm drawing a bar graph. Let's say I want to draw in 0 1 2 in, and I want to draw, let's say I want to draw here. That means I want to draw in third row and first column. So this is how I do, right? So what I'm doing, the first one represents row, right? 0 1 2, and second one represents the column here. So if you want it here, I can just you can plot here. So like that you can plot anywhere you want. Okay. So I hope you got it. You can experiment more with this and play around. Let us now get into web services. Like websites provide a lot of functionality to the users. For example, Amazon provides a functionality of ordering products, canceling products, querying the delivery, etc. Similarly, web service also provides some mini functionalities, okay, which a developer can use. See, generally websites is used by end users. Web services are used by developers. So let's say I write a program, and in my program I have to check a weather, I have to check a stock quote, etc., etc. That's like mini functionality, right? So what I will do is I will call a web service which the competent authority would have provided. For example, weather will be provided by somebody, right? So let's say, in a geological environmental company. Let's say I want stock quotes. Let's say Bloomberg is providing, okay, or stock exchanges. Now let's say I want a map. So Google Map will provide a API. So I can just call them. I don't have to write everything. So web service is a very powerful thing, okay? Essentially two ways to access web service, SOAP and REST. So here we are getting into REST way. So most important function, that there are many ways of doing that. I am using this function. So you have to know this function called request.get. Okay. See, it's not just get. As you know, HTTP has several requests: get, put, post, delete, etc. Get is one way of getting the data from the REST APIs. So one thing you have to provide is provided a URL which includes the API name. Okay, and the input that is required for that API. So you take here, for example, I am calling a function called apa.quotable.io./random. So what you have to understand is, see, up to IO is just a web server. It's just a server. But in that, an API called random is hosted. That's the entire thing. You will provide it here. Okay, in API. So if you see, you have filled up with this. So here what I'm trying to say is I'm calling random API in this apa.quotable.io server. So I'm also passing some input. Input should be passed in the form of dictionary. Dictionary is nothing but key value. See, this API, what it does is it gives a code. Randomly it keep giving the code, right? So that's why it's called random. So here we can provide also input. I can say I want a quote by particular author only. So I'm saying I want from Socrates. So the moment I execute this, every time I execute this, I will get a code from Socrates. Different time, each time different, codes will come. The output will be in JSON format. Okay. In the JSON format, you can access individual element. So what I'm doing is in that output, which is come in JSON format, I'm accessing a field called content, which will give the code. It's very simple. Let me see. See, I got a code, right? Here I'll press again. Say it give a different code, right? It's very simple. Got it, right? So request is the main thing. Okay. And get is the function I'm using. For that, I have to pass the entire URL, which includes the API name and the server that is there. And you pass any inputs that is required for this API. The output will have the result. In this case, this is going to give a random code. So output will be having many fields, including the random code. This output will be in JSON format. I'm taking in JSON format. In JSON format, I can access individual fields using this way. Okay. So I'm accessing the code. Okay. So if I press again, some other code will come. Okay. So it's as simple as that. Okay. So where did I get this? See, there are two ways. One is you already know who is providing what, right? For example, in this case, I know that this guy will provide the codes, right? So in your case, you will know which guy is providing what service. Like Maps is provided by Google Maps, etc. See, one way for developers to experiment with all this is you go to GitHub. There you can get all the list of public APIs. See, most of them are free only. Okay, if you see here, right? It has so many stuff, right? See, so many APIs are there, and also it says whether it requires a key or no, not key. See, for example, in this case, all this requires key. That means key means some money will be involved. Many things are no which you can experiment. Okay, that's so I got this from there. Now let me give another example of this. Okay, so that you will be clear how to see here. I'm just printing first output. What it is a dog image, some dog. See, now again another dog. That means what? This is giving a random dog, correct? So as usual, same thing. See, I'm most important call is this request. Okay, dot get. I'm using get means query. So I'm directly providing the URL. What is the here? Dog.co is a web server where it is installed. What is the API here? Generally, this breeds get random. This entire thing you can consider like an API. Okay, so that is the API, right? Random dogs. So once I should know this endpoint. This is called endpoint. I should know where I will get this. Obviously, when you run this, you will get the output. The output, in this case, the output will have a URL where the dog's image is there. See, for example, every time I run this, see the output here. It has a different, JPG file name. See, different it comes, correct? So it gives an image. Now to just output. See, now it's a matter of utilizing that URL and just showing in your program. For that, you need to import some things like matplotlib and URL lib, etc. All you need is you have to download that file, correct? So to download that file, you call this guy, right? This URL lib import request.url retrieve. You call that function. You give from where you have to download. In this case, see, this once you run this program, it will give a URL, right? So you are giving that URL here and download as what name. So I'm just storing locally as this, correct? So download the whatever you see. This first API call will give a URL. That URL I am using it as a to be downloaded. So I am using URL retrieve, download that, locally store it as block file. Just two input, right? Once I have that, all I can do is plt.imshow. If I give this function, I will get the image. So what is this PLT? PLT comes from matplolib. So that's it. It's a very simple thing, nothing much to. So every time you run, right? So just again remember to call any REST API, you can use request and then whatever call you want. As I told, right, the request will have many things, right? See, it can have put, request, right? Put, see, post, like that. There are many things are there. I'm using get, okay, to get call. So I get call, then I have to give the endpoint which includes the web server and the API name. And on any input parameters you need. In this case, there was no input parameters. It gives an output. The JSON output I am taking. And in that output, the message key will have the URL. So that URL I am giving to this function, URL retrieve, as a downloadable thing. So it will download from there. It is stored in this local name, that is whatever I am given. Then after that, I am using matplotlib PLT and I am saying I am show and I am showing that image. That's all I am doing. Okay. I hope you got it. So in this video, we covered basically how do we consume web services that is there in the in the world. Correct. These web service endpoints we may know already, or you can buy it, right? You can buy also. As I told, some are pay and some are free. For a list of all free, you can get in GitHub. So for practice purpose. Once you have an endpoint, once you know what are the input parameters that is expected, what is the output that it will give, now you can play around. So for that, to invoke a REST API, you can use request.get.post.put.delete, etc. Give the endpoint name. Then the output will be in JSON format. Take that and you do whatever is necessary. In this case, for example, it output will have a URL, which is the dog's name, and I am taking that URL, downloading it, and showing it. Right? It depends on program to program and web service to web service. Previously, we have consumed web services that is exposed by others. In this program, I will show you how you can write your own web services and probably expose this to the world. Okay. So I've already written the program and I've already deployed it in Pycharm. Okay. Here I'm just going to explain the code and also show you how it works. Okay. See, to create any REST web API using Python, first what you have to do is first you have to start a server which will listen for request, HTTP request. So for that you use this, this line. So what I'm saying, with socket server, so obviously you have to import this too. So with this basically it's like a if else. Only if this works, then it is going inside, or else it will not go inside. Okay. So if I'm able to open a server, HTTP server, then only I'll be waiting forever. That means I'll be waiting for requests. Correct. So I'll use this function called, right, with socket server dot TCP server. I'll give IP address and port. In this case, I've used 8000 port. So right, I'll use IP. So what I am trying to say, I'll be waiting under this IP. In this case, I'm just using localhost. Okay. I'm using this IP and port. I'll be waiting. It's like a server is started, which will be waiting for HTTP request. Okay. Now, when HTTP request comes, somebody has to handle it. So you have to give a handler function. So what I have to do is I have to give a handler class here. So what is the handler class here? I've filled up something. Okay. What is this? It's basically this class, right? So got it, right? So you have to start a server which will wait for, listen for HTTP request. And when HTTP request comes, it has to handle. To handle that, I have given a handler class, which is this class. I'll explain that class later. And if I'm able to open successfully this server, what I'm doing is I'm saying server forever. That means it will keep on waiting until I kill this program. This will keep on taking the request. Okay. Now the most important is what? This handler class. Okay. Let's go to this handler class. See, I hope you already understood the inheritance, which I've already explained. If you don't know, you please go and check it. So this class that I'm giving is basically inheriting this class. That means it is taking the main things from that. Okay. That means I'm inheriting from this class http.server.simple HTTP request handler. That means whatever HTTP request comes, I have to handle. Obviously, I have to. This is my server, right? This is my API, so I have to handle in my way. So I am therefore that's why I'm extending that base class. See, what you have to do is, see, as we already spoken HTTP request, you have you must be already knowing, right? You have get, you have put, you have delete, you have post, etc. Right? So what you have to do is in this class, correct, which is an extension of this class, you have to override all these things. So do get will override for get request. That means I'm handling get in my way. Similarly, do put, do delete, etc. etc. In this program, I'm only showing get. That means I have override get. Okay. So let me explain now. So what will happen is, so probably I will just run this and show. So I'm running this program from my local thing. As you can, if you would have given a proper IP address and port, you can run from any other part of the world also. See, I am giving 223 and I am running it, correct? It's saying employee doesn't work, correct? But let's say I give 10. It's saying employee is working here. If I say 99, employee is working here, correct? 101 does not. See, what this means is, see, this is the server where where the API is stored. In this case, as I told you, this is hosted in a local server, so that's why this is called localhost. This is the port in which my REST APIs are waiting. So, as I told you, what I've used here, I've used the port 8000, right? My server is opened on port 8000, correct? So, I have to give IP address, port, and in that which API I want. I want check employee API, correct? I'll explain here how that is implemented. The calling is, I am saying check employee is a API I'm calling, and after question mark I am giving the input parameter. That means check employee where employee number is equal to 101. So if a call like this is made, that means what I'm telling. See, this can be done programmatically, or here I am doing it in directly through web browser, because as you know HTTP browser and the REST APIs are same. So what I'm trying to say is, from this server in this port, please go and call this web service called checkemp, okay, with input parameters employees 101, and give me the whatever output is supposed to give. So if you see here, it will check whether it doesn't exist or not, and based on that it will provide the output. So let us see how it is implemented. Okay, so let us now repeat so you'll understand. So first of all, the IP, with the IP and port, a web server is started, right? HTTP service started, correct, where it is listening for HTTP request forever. Once the request come, it will handle this. So the moment I press enter here, it will call this handler object, that means handler class. See this one, then this will be called, correct? So here what I am doing, first what will happen is, it will call the get function, because the get, this is a direct get, correct? Because I am giving direct input parameters here, right? Get call. So what I am doing here is, see, self dot, see, this is how request will come, right? This is how request will come, this is how request will come. I'm just splitting it, before and after question. See, what will happen is, if you do this split, right, on this thing, what I will get is, I will get like this, check emp in the U path, okay, and question after question mark employee 23 will be in query string. That is the functionality, okay. So basically, this will be this from here to here, it will be there in that self that partition when this is called. So I'm splitting it based on question mark. So from here to here, it will be stored in upath, because I'm calling that partition function. From here to here, it will be there in query string. So next I'm just printing it, leave that. So again what I'm doing is, see this one, that query string, it is there in query string. No, I'm again partitioning it equals. That means emp will come to A, and this number 223 will come to C, correct? Okay, so I hope you understood, right? So what I'm doing here, first this is how this thing will be there in self.path.partition, right? I am getting this one, I am storing it in upath, correct? Then in this I am storing the employee number to this C. I'm just showing it. So as I told, no, see, one HTTP server can implement many APIs, right? I can maybe have like 1000 REST APIs I can implement. Obviously, every REST API I can have, for example, check employee will be one API, check the attendance of employee is one API, check whether the employee is married or so. I can have thousands of APIs on the same web server, right? So in this case, check employee. So therefore, check EMP. So I will check whether check EMP is what is called. If that is so, in that class, I have implemented a function called check EMP. So it will go to check EMP, right? Like that, you can write many things like this. You can duplicate this and say, if upath is equal to check attendance, if upath is check employee married, or check etc etc. You can have, so you have to override this get function, and you can fill as many APIs you want. Okay. Now let us say here. So what I'm doing here is, the as I told, no, the C will have employee number here, that is passed here. I'm just checking if the employee, this is it, you don't go by this logic, okay? Just some random logic I use. If employee number is greater than 100, I'm just saying it does not work here. If it is less than 0, I'm saying it works here. What I'm doing, I'm just using bytes function and just printing like this. Okay, see, you have to remember, okay, this thing will represent, that HTTP connection, right? See, that's why I'm doing that self dot send response. Okay, 200 means status is okay. That means this API working okay. So I'm filling up headers. What is the header I'm filling? I'm filling that the content is text and message, whatever this total thing, length of the message. Okay. Then I have to use this function to send the output back to where whoever called. Okay. Self dot w5 dot write. That means what will happen if it's greater than 100. Okay. This message will be there. What is the message? This employee 223 does not work here anymore. Okay, and the length will be taken and this will be written here, correct, by its message. The moment it writes, see, you will see the output. Employee, for example, I say 223. Employee doesn't work. Let's say now I give 89. What will happen here? If you see, it will be less than 100. No, this will be taken. Employee is working here. See, working here. Okay, and the same thing, minted. I hope you got it right. So I'll summarize again. Okay, see, here we are writing our own REST APIs. All this while we are consuming REST APIs, right? We are writing our own REST APIs. So what is the procedure? First, you have to start a HTTP server on a particular IP and port. Here it is just hosted on local server. So I'm just giving this one. Port is 8000. So I'm starting a HTTP server, correct? And I'm waiting forever. That means it will keep taking the request. I can call 100 times, million times, it will keep taking the request until I kill this. So when a HTTP request comes, there should be somebody who handles that, right? That's what is this. You have to fill up this function. What is this function? You have to give a name of the class which will handle this. So in my case, what I'm doing, I'm giving this class name. And what is this class? I told no, it is a inherited of this simple HTTP request handler, because it's a request handler. No, I'm inheriting that. And in that, I have to override functions for get, put, delete, port, etc. based on what you want to perform. Let's say this IP address and port, I want to support only getting. So only getting the data, I will only put get there. If I want to support even posting some data, I'll say default, define do put and I'll process it. Like that, if I want to delete some data, I will override do delete like that. Okay, now let us understand get. See, as I told, no, this one web server, one HTTP server that you have coded may be able to handle 1000 or 10,000 APIs. So in our case, what was the API that I used here? Check EMP. Like that, I may have many APIs. Therefore, I have to ensure that this do get will cater to all the APIs. Therefore, what I have to do, I have to check, I have to know what API has been called, right? Therefore, all this drama I do, okay, to get what API has been called, and also I'll get the input parameters and keep it. Once I know what API is called, I will call that function to handle that. For example, in this case, check EMP is the API called. So I have written a function called check EMP to handle that. Okay. So how do I do? As I told, no, self dot path will have this thing. Okay, from here to here. So what I'm doing when I do a partition based on this, so the output, right, it will be stored in 3 strings. Now U path will have this check here, from here to here, and the query string will have here to here. That is the input parameter. So what I am doing, again the query string I am splitting it and I am getting the actual value of this thing in C. That means 223 will be C. Okay, now I know which API I got the input value. So what I am doing, I am checking the API name. If it is check EMP, I am calling this. Now go to check EMP. All I'm doing is that whatever value I got. No, if it is greater, this is a very simple processing. You will do very complicated processing. Okay, once I have all I'm doing is I'm creating a message, right? And if I want to pass the message back to this guy, whoever called, you have to use this function self.wfile.write. To write, I need to have message, right? So that message only I'm building. What I'm building, see, I have to build like this. No, employee 89 is not working here, not working. That's what I'm building it, and I am filling up. headers, and I'm putting the message. And send response will be 200 if it is successful, or else it will be unsuccessful. You have to give us some other value. So what is the kind of message I'm printing here? If you see, I'm just printing a text. So I have to say the header, you have to say text plain, and length, obviously whatever length will you have to give them. So sometimes if the output is HTML, then I have to say HTML, and then based on image, etc., etc. Because see, if you normally when you access a website, there'll be so many kinds of webs output, right? So based on what output I want to give, I have to fill up. So it is very simple. I hope you understand. See, one thing I want to tell here is people use some more advanced packages to do all this. I am showing very simplistically without importing anything more, right? I hope you got it. Thank you. Database is the most critical aspect of any application, a meaningful application which you want to deploy. Because without storing data for a days or a weeks or years, you will not be able to do much operations. Okay. Imagine Amazon not having any database. How it will store orders, how it will process orders, how it will cancel orders, etc. Okay. Now that is everybody knows. So this video will explain how to operate on database using MySQL and Python. So as a prerequisite, first you need to install MySQL. Okay. See, I have installed already MySQL in my laptop. It's a very step-by-step instruction. You can refer in the internet and get it done. So you install MySQL. Okay. So when installing MySQL, obviously you will create some users. See, in this program, I'm directly using root user, but you can create your own user. Okay. First thing. Second thing is, once you have a SQL installed, you should know that before you do any meaningful operations, a database has to be created and some tables has to be created in that. Normally, this operation is done by admins. Okay. So in this case, we are just installing in our laptop and testing, right? Or if it's a big project, somebody would have already created all this. You can just use that. Okay. So you create a database. The command is very simple. Create database name. And I'm creating one table, okay, here, and you then create a table. Create table employees. I'm creating a table called employees, and I'm giving two fields, name and age. Name is a character, age is an integer. Okay, that's first thing. Second thing is, this is the database part. Now to run it on, to use it in Python, you need to have a package called mysql.connector. So obviously, if you don't have it, please go ahead and install. And how to install, I have already given a separate video is that you can just check that how to install. Okay. Now let's go into that. So first, the first thing is you import that. So place a command like this, a code like this. Then everything I'm putting in try catch. Okay, remember this. I mean try and exception. Why? Because normally databases, right? When you do any operation, if something goes wrong, we have to roll back and all those things. So that's why it's better to put in try exception. Okay. So I'll show you. For example, let's say don't worry about the syntax. I'll teach you. Instead of insert, I'm saying I'm just removing that word and I'm running it. See what will happening? Some error, right? So what will happen? It will come to my exception, and I'm printing the exception occurred. You have any? So what I can do is in this exception I can do some operation. Okay, or else there will be some issues. Okay. Now coming back to this, the first thing you do is you in this MySQL connector there is a class, there is a function called connect. You call that. So you have to give some parameter. What is that? Where is your database? What is the username of the you want to use? What is the password of that? And what is the database you want to use? Right? It's very simple. What is the database? Where it is stored? What is the username password? So I have given some defaults. Once you give this, you will give a MyDB. You will get a handle for that connection. So once you have this, what you do is you call a function called cursor. You will get a cursor handle. I'll tell you this is the most important thing that is required, which you will come to know very shortly. Okay. Now this cursor is what is used for executing any SQL statements or results and everything. Okay. Let's go one by one. First, okay, you have to understand that cursor.execute is the most important function you have to know. Okay, we'll come to that how to use it. Cursor is the most important. Cursor.execute is the most important function. Okay, so let's go into it. First, let us say we are inserting a row into employee. So what is that? We have already created a table, right? Employees in your MySQL admin. So it has name and age, right? So that is the two things. So what I have to do? right? Basically, first create an SQL statement. What is that? Insert into employees. These are the fields. Okay, and values. What is the values? See, there are multiple ways of giving values in Python program. One of the ways is this. You say percentages. I mean, is represents a column here. So name is represented like this, age is represented. So in then the values you fill it up is like this. Val is equal to name is John and age is 22. And then when you call this cursor.execute, you give this SQL statement and you give this value. Okay. Once you do that, the statement is executed and an employee is recorded. Okay. So, okay, got it? Fine. Next, once I insert into employee, let's say I want to see whether it is inserted or not. Same thing. You for every SQL execution, you have to use cursor.execute. See, last time what we did was we created SQL separately, we gave values separately and gave this statement, correct? In this, say what I'm doing, it is instead of doing all this, I'm directly giving because I don't have any variables and all. No, so what I'm doing is cursor.execute, directly giving this SQL statement. Select start from employees. I'm just getting all the rows, okay? Now, as I told, right, cursor is the most important thing, right? You are and once these results, now it will be, you have to fetch it. So you call a function called cursor.fetch all. The results will come to result. So what you have to do, you have to go through this result field, array, whatever, right? And you can print row by row. See what I'm doing for row in result, I'm just printing that row, okay? So and I'm also just showing after insert one row because we just inserted one row here, right? So let me just execute and show right away. So don't worry about the data. First is that after inserting one row where it is coming, I'm just giving a print statement. What it is output is giving John and 22. John and 22. Why John and 22? Because that's what we inserted, right? So understand this again. Cursor, okay, you have to first get a connection handle, mydb, by giving the host, database, username, password. Then you open a cursor. Now you have to use cursor function dot execute to execute any SQL statement. Okay. So right now what I'm executing, I'm inserting a row. How so? To insert a row, you have to give a SQL statement, right? Insert into, this is the table name, this is the column names, and values I can give like this, a percentage, and these two values I can fill up in this and give that in these two statements as inputs. It will insert a row. How do I know whether it's inserted? Again, I'm going to call cursor. Any SQL statement, cursor.execute. So here, see, right here I was using field. Here I'm using directly the SQL statement by giving the string directly. Okay, the results will be in result because once the SQL is executed, the cursor, if you say cursor.fetch all, it will give you the result in this, correct? Now what I'm going through a loop and printing row by row. So that's what I'm see after insert one row, I'm printing. How many rows are there? Only one row. So obviously it is do that way, correct? That's what is it. Now let's go to the next. See, this is the insert and select is the most used things, right? Now let us say how do we update? Same thing. You have to use cursor.execute. I told right there are multiple ways of giving this, right? So again, I'm preparing a SQL string for executing and values. See what I'm doing? Update employee. I'm changing the age to this value. I'm also using where condition. I don't want to update every row, right? So update employees, that is a table name. Set age is equal to what is the age? I'm setting age is 35. Where age is how much? Where age is 22. Right? See, this corresponds to this. This corresponds to this. So once I execute, what will happen is it will update the age to 35 where age was 22. So now to verify that, again I'm doing a select start from employees. Fetch all will give all the results of this execution. Now I am going one by one and printing the results. So what I am printing after updating age. So now let's see this. Let's run this. See this. After inserting one row, this was the row. After updating age, because 22 is now updated to 35, right? So after updating age, I am saying name and 35. Okay, that's how you update. Now let's say I want to delete. It's a very simple, same thing. Either I can give directly here deletes from employees, or I can create an SQL array or whatever and I mean string and then give that. So executed, that it will be deleted. How do I verify whether it's deleted? Again, I'm executing cursor.execute. I'm selecting start from row. It should give rows if it exists, correct? So once I say cursor.fetch all, I'll get all the results here. And if I print after deleting all rows, there will be not rows here because I've deleted everything. See, that's why if you see here, after deleting all rows, that's what is after this, there is no rows here. That's why there's no rows printed here. Okay? It's simple, as simple as that. I hope you got it. So I just want to quickly reiterate. First, as a prerequisite, install MySQL package in your laptop or wherever. Then you create a database in that MySQL. You can do it in programmatically also, but I'm not sure. It's the same thing. Instead of insert, you can say create the database, my database, create table like that here also. But I'm not just showing it. Okay, you can do same thing. Then what will happen is create a table, then install this package because this is the most important package. Okay. Now after that you have to call import. You first import that package. So first thing you have to get is connection to the database. So the way to do is you have to give where the database is. In my case, it is in the same machine. Give the database name that you created here. Okay, then give the username password which you are using. And once you do that, you got a database connection handle. I am calling cursor function. The moment I call, I get a cursor object. These are all objects. Okay. Now for any execution, SQL execution, I have to say cursor.execute. For that, you have to give the actual what is the SQL statement you want to execute, and if there are any variables, you give it here. So first, what I'm doing an insert table. So insert into employee. These are the fields values I'm giving here, and I'm filling it up here. John and 22. Once I execute, there will be one row with John and 22. To show that I'm just what I'm doing again cursor.execute. I'm selecting all the employees. So once you say cursor.fetch all, you'll get the results here. I'm printing result one by one, iterating and printing. And therefore, if you see after inserting one row, you'll see this value, correct? Now what I'm doing, I'm updating. So again, prepare a SQL statement, update employee set age is equal to, what is the age I want to set? 35. And for whom? Where age is equal to percent 22. So if I execute it, John's age will be 22 to 35 become. How do you verify? Just cursor.execute, select start from employee. Once you say fetch all, you will get the results here. When you print the results here after updating it, you will see John and 35, correct? Now I want to show delete also. Same thing, cursor.execute. I'm saying preparing the SQL here. Delete from employees. I'm deleting. How do we verify? Do a cursor.execute. Select start from employees. Fetch all will give the result here. And if I go one by one, there won't be any result. That's why after deleting the row, if you see here, there's nothing here. Okay. It is quite simple, and generally put everything in try and except so that if there is any error in this, you can handle it accordingly. Okay. If you want to roll back, because let's say 5 statements are executed, 6th statement has an issue. Let's say you want to roll back, things like that you can do. Okay. So I hope you got it. So for that, I'm using a package called Pyqt5. Okay. So there are various packages. You can use one of them. So what you have to understand is the top leftmost corner will be considered 0, 0. Therefore, you have to remember this X and Y axis accordingly so that you can place your windows and widgets accordingly. Right? So that means from the top leftmost corner, if it comes down, the Y will be increasing, and if it goes to the right, the X will be increasing. Correct? Okay. So this PyQt5 has this hierarchy. First, you need to create an application, obviously a desktop GUI application, and that application will have windows and widgets. Okay. So a GUI application means there will be windows, right? So windows, widgets is nothing but the labels, text box, etc. Okay. So therefore, first you import all these things. Quite straightforward. Okay. Now come here. So what I'm doing, I'm putting everything in a try except block so that if there is any handle, I will handle. Okay. The first thing I'm doing is I'm creating an application. Okay. Once I have an application, okay, that application will be used to wait till somebody properly closes. Okay. Now, sorry. So first I have to do is, as I told, no, after the application, first I have to create a window. So once I have a window, I set the geometry. As I told, the 0, 0 will be the top leftmost corner. So I am setting X and Y axis, the width and heights. And the window title I'm setting, window background color I'm setting. Very simple. I have an application now, then I have a Windows. Once I have a window, I have to place some things on Windows, right? So in this program, I'm placing a label, I'm placing a button, I'm placing a text box. So let us see with the label. So again, basically just say this, call this, stuff, pass this window, this, which window you want to open. So you got a label, set the text of the label, font and everything, where it has to be placed. Similarly, now I'm creating a button, push button for this Windows. Then I'm setting the button text, text background where it has to be placed. Since it's a button, when button is clicked, something has to happen, right? So what should happen? That should be, coded in a function. So I have coded a function called button handler, and that function name you have to give it. Okay. Next, I've created a edit text box. So same thing, call this and give a window. So once you have a text, position wherever you want, and then once the text is entered, what should happen? Some function should be called where it should handle, right? So this is what is text handler. I've coded it. Okay, simple. So then I'm saying this is now what will happen. This window has a label, push button, and text, right? So that I'm showing win.show. Once I show, and then as I told you, this application app, app.execute, it will be waiting indefinitely. So and it will take the user whatever it does and it does accordingly. So see, if you see here, what I'm doing is when a button is pressed, I'm just showing a message. This is again a widget. I'm calling queue message box. I'm just saying button is pressed, and I'm showing OK or cancel for user option. Similarly, when the moment text is entered, I'm doing same thing. I'm just showing a message called text entered. I'm saying OK or cancel. Just showing that. So nothing complicated here, right? So let me again show you again. PyQtify is the package I'm using to develop desktop GUI. It assumes that 00 of the leftmost corner is the 00 axis. Accordingly, X and Y has to be placed. It assumes I have application, and then application will have window will have widgets. Therefore, first I create an application, and then the moment after application I create a window. I'm setting some position setting, so my window will be background will be orange. In this window, I'm putting a label, I'm putting a button, and I'm putting a edit text box. And then I'm showing show this window. Correct? And so when a button is pressed or a text box is entered, I am just showing a message. Button is pressed, text is entered. Okay. So let me just show. So once I run this is how it appears. Okay. So what is happening? See, it came in certain position, right? This is the window because that's what I positioned. So this is the title. If you see here, right? This is the title of my windows, right? See my first window, correct? Background is orange. Now label, my first label, button and edit here, correct? So what should happen is, so once I click my button here, see, it is saying button is pressed, okay, I cancel. Why? Because this will be called here, and this what it is doing, all is showing is button is pressed, okay, I cancel. Similarly now, edit text box also, if I click it, it will come here, it will go to this function. I'm showing a message, text entered, okay, I cancel. If you see here, if I just a moment I enter, it's your text entered. Okay, that's all I'm doing. I'm not doing much. Okay, you can do whatever. It's simple. Okay, so you can also do many GUI applications based on this logic. You can play around, experiment a lot. I've given you the basic framework. For example, let's say calculator. Calculates nothing but you create a window like this. You press, you keep many buttons, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you say plus, minus, etc. The moment somebody enters like numbers here and the plus, you give the result in another box called added value. So it's like that. Okay. I hope you got it, and I hope you'll experiment. Let us now get into image processing in Python. For image processing in Python, you need a package called CV2. Okay, so you install that. If you don't know how to install, watch earlier videos of mine. So assuming that you have installed already, you have to first import that package, import CV2, and I'm giving an alias as CV so that now operations I can just use CV. Okay, the first operation is, before you do any operation, you need JPGs, right? Either you have to download programmatically or already keep it in your folders. I already have three images, bird, bird2, and sky. Okay. So now, once you have an image, you call cv.imread. CV is this one. So you call imread function from that package and give the JPG file. It will give you an handler, img. So now you call cv.imshow, and that img, if you pass here, it will show the image. Okay, this is just a label. So let me just run it. See, if you see here, this is the image. So this bird is here. This is the name of that this window, whatever, and img is the image. Okay, so what I'm using here, print img.shape. So this handler I have, right? If I want to know what is the shape of this, right? So this is the shape, 549 into 976. It's a pixel size. So what is this 3? See, 3 is color images will have 3. It means 3 channels. That is red, green, blue. That means there will be, you can pretty much think like there are 3 images clubbed together. Basically, later I will show you that I can print separately one for R, one for G, one for B. So RGB is the color combinations which make up the image. So in a grayscale, this will not be 3, okay? It will be just 1, right? There's nothing, there is no combination, okay? So this is the, 549 into 976, and 3 is the channels. So if it's a color image, it will be 3 channel, RGB, okay? So that's the first thing we did. Now let us do some operations on the image. The first operation I want to show is blurring. Let's say I want to blur. So I have to call same thing. Every operation is done using this cv.blur. Pass is handler. Okay, this is called kernel. Okay, you don't have to worry. You can give some size 3 into 3 or 5 into 5, whatever. And then again, it will give a new handler. See, any operation you do, it will give a new handler, right? So now I am just showing that same thing. So if you see here, see, this was the original and this is the blurred. So clearly you can see, right? See the feathers here. It is blurred, correct? See this feather, okay? There's a difference, right? Now, so now let us go into next operation, which is if I want to convert this image to gray. See, all I have to call is cv.cvt color, give that image handler, whatever it is, and then you say gray, and then say I am show that this handler. It will give you a gray color. See, this was the original, this is the gray. Okay, pretty straightforward and simple, right? Just commenting so that it, right? So next, let us rotate the image. Rotation. So again, rotation is simple. You call cv.rotate. You give the image handler. See, img was the original image handler that you got. All operation I'm doing on that. So I have to say rotate how much? I'm saying rotate 180, and then I'm that img for new handler I'm using it and showing it. See, it's rotated. Okay. This was the original, and this is the rotated one. Okay. So let us add 2 images. Okay. So basically what we can do is we can add 2 images, but remember before adding 2 images you have to ensure that both are of same size. So so this was the original image that I read, bird.jpg. Now I'm reading another image. So this is cv.imbreed I'm using. I'm storing in this handler. What I'm doing is original image I'm resizing to fit to this. Okay. Then I'm saying cv.add. These two I am giving. It will give a new handler. I'm showing that. It's very simple. Ensure that both are of same size. Therefore, you have to use resize function. Correct? Resize function you have to use. And then, just call cv.add. It will to add 2 images and show. See, if you see, this was the original image, right? See, now added images. It's resized also, right? See, there are 2 birds here, right? So I've added 2 birds. I mean, that's how it is. Okay. So pretty straightforward things. You can just use it and, run it. So let me now draw an image on the, let me draw a circle on the image. See, I have to call cv.circle. So on which one? On the original image I am doing. This is where it has to start. These are the coordinates x and y. This is the radius. This is the color. What is the color of the circle? Again, it has to be given RGB format. This is called thickness. And then I get a handler, new handler, which is the circle drawn. I'm just showing it. Here, this was the original. Now a circle is drawn here and I'm showing it. Okay. So this is a pretty straightforward call. So you can do that. Okay. Now the other thing is, I think I have shown you resizing. See, resizing also is a pretty straightforward thing. I've already shown you, but let me again show you. If you want to resize, you just call cv.resize function. Whatever size you want to give, you have to give. See, this is the original one. I have resized to this small one. Okay. I've already shown an example, but anyway. Comment it. Okay. So one last thing I want to show here about channels, which I've already explained you, but anyway, I'll show it live here. See, as I told, right, color image will have 3 channels RGB, and a grayscale will not have any 3 channels, just 1 channel. So
if I want to get that RGB separately, what it looks like, I can do a cv.split on the image. So first, first I have to get that. I've already got a handler by here, right? This is a handler. So what I have to do is call cv.split. It will give you the three channels, BGR. Now I'm just showing those three, blue, green, R. Okay. So you see, this is the original limmer. I'm getting the R, whatever. This, these three are three different channels. This is how it will be stored. So color photos is a combination of three things. Okay. So you might be wondering, what is this? See, if I don't give this, what will happen? The image will show quickly and run away. But if I give this, it will wait for you to press some key. Then it will, close the image, or else you won't even know that image is displayed. Okay. So let me quickly summarize. Image processing. We have to. There are many packages, I guess. So I am using CV2. Import CV2. Okay. Before that you have to install it. Okay. Before doing any image processing, first you have to call cv.imread. cv is the alias here. Once you get and give the file name, once you give this function, it will give an handler. Then all operations you can do using this handler. So now cv.imshow, if I want to show means I will say cv.imshow and I will give that handler. Correct? I can resize cv.resize. I can give that handler and whatever size you want. Then show it. If I want to blur it, cv.blur and give the handler and this one, right? Show that. If I want to convert into grayscale, give the handler. What is the thing you want to convert to? It will give a new handler. You can show that. I can rotate the image by giving the handler and rotate it 180 here. I've done random. I can add two images. So then get two handlers. Ensure that both are of same size. Okay. If it is not, you use resize function and ensure it is. Then you just call cv.add. Give these two handlers. It will give a new handler img7. You can use that for further operations. So I'm just showing here. Another thing, changing the photo itself. So in this case, I am drawing a circle. How I am drawing? I'm calling cv.circle, which, give the handler on which you want to draw. From where it has to start. This is the radius and this color. What is the color of that, this one? So you have to give an RGB format because then the thickness, and then you get a new handler with a circle drawn it. I'm showing it. Okay. The last thing I showed you was that a color photograph is combination of three things, RGB. So it's called three channel. If I want to get that individually, I have to call cv.split and give the channel, the image handler. Then it will give you BGR. You can separately show or separately do some operation. And cv.wait key is required because if I don't do that, let's say I don't do that. Let's say I comment it. Okay. Let's say I comment it. Okay. What will happen is, if I comment it, if you see here, see, you won't even know that something was done because it went so fast. But if I, uncomment and, it will wait for you. So, okay, then you can actually do the operation and close it or whatever. Okay. So that completes your image processing, and you can do much more operation on that.
Often we play around with dates and times and calendars in our program. So I will show you a quick introduction to that and you can carry more on that. So first let us get the current time, day and things like that. So for that you need to import a package called datetime. Okay. Once you import this package, all you have to do is you call this function now. Right? Once you call the now function, all your information is there in this variable. I have just any variable you can use. So the way to get the current time is, let me run and show. See, the time is, it shows in 24-hour format. So right now it is 5:57. So it shows like this, x dot time. So on this x, if you say dot time, you will get this time. And if you want to know what day of the month is this, you say x dot day. So this today is 7th September. So it says 7. And to know what is the weekday, like Tuesday, Monday, whatever, you say, use this format, string format, and it's a percentage, you get Tuesday. And month, what month of the year is x dot month, you'll get 9. And x dot year will give you which year is that. So pretty simple. So import datetime package and then call this function now from this package. So you will have all the information here. So dot time will give the current day and then dot day will the current day. and this will give you the weekday, then it will give the month of the year, it will give the year. So let us just now do a couple of more things on dates. Let's say you have two dates and we want to find the difference. So let's say I have date 1, basically 2018 and September 1. Date 2 is 2018 September 13. If I want to know how many days are different, what is the difference, you can directly say d2 minus d1 and the result will be an object, and I am saying directly dot days. If you say that the result will be in result and I am printing this way. So if you see the difference in days is 12. So no big deal. Okay. So what I'm saying is you can just operate like numbers like date 1 minus date 2 minus date 1. The result will be an object and I am calling a member days on the result object. So I have the result. So let me now run this another thing calendar. If I want to know what is this month, how it is placed, I can give the year and the month and I'll get a calendar. So for that you have to import calendar, right? And call calendar.month function, give the year and month, so you got the calendar like this, September. So you will say you will know which day is falling to which which weekdays falling to which dates, etc. You can know. So for example, if you say Thursday, you know that 2 9 16 23 13 is the day. So I'll just repeat. So some date and time operation. So import date time for calling the now function, so that you will get the time, day, weekday, month and year. And to operate on dates directly, import the date function again from this only. Okay. So what you can directly operate like d1 minus d2 etc. It will give an object result. And if you say dot this, you will give the result directly. And if you want to know anything about calendars, play around with this. Import calendar and calendar.month. You give the year and the month. You will get the calendar like this. So this is a very basic minimal operations I have shown. Of course, you can do a lot more operations on the date and time like zoning, zones and much more than that. You can experiment on it. Let us understand about JSON parser. JSON is an important data structure which is used for data exchange between two different applications of maybe of different technology and different places. So before doing the data operations on JSON, you have to import a package called JSON package. Okay. So you must be already known that JSON is nothing but a key value pair. Basically, it's nothing but like it's a name. This is the key. This is the value. This is the key, this is the value. This is the key, this is the value. This is the key, this is the value. Essentially, it's a dictionary in Python. So what we will do is we will, since it's already in JSON format, what we can do, we will dump this into a file, okay, and create a JSON file. So this is simple. It's just a, it's what you have to do is open using open. So you open a file called emp.json in a write mode. So if this open is successful, you know that there will be a handle in this, correct? So what I have to do is I have to call JSON, this package json.dump, and if I give a dictionary here with the dictionary to this file handle, it will just put this into a JSON format, okay, in that file. Okay, now that is done. So now let us open that file again, JSON file, read that and then show that to the user. So what I have to do is again open this JSON file, okay. Oops, one second, something happened. Yeah, so here what I'm doing is I'm opening this file again. Okay, there'll be a handle if it's successful. Again, what I have to do is I have to load that from the file. So I have to call this function json dot load, and I have to give the file handle. So the whatever is there in that file, it will be come to this variable, right? Actually, it will come in JSON format. Why? Because I'm using json.load, and you know that JSON is nothing but a dictionary, right? So if you see here, see the output here, right? It comes same as this, whatever we gave, right? Name is Sam, like this. And if I want any particular thing, since it's a dictionary, what I can do is I can just call like this also. Let's say I want sex. Okay. See, I go male, right? Or let's say I want age. See, 32. Okay, let me just summarize. So JSON is a standard data structure for data exchanges between various kinds of applications of different technological nature. To do that, first you have to import JSON. Okay, and you must be already knowing that JSON is nothing but a key value pair, which is essentially a dictionary in Python. Here I'm just showing two operations. One is writing a JSON to a file. Another is reading the JSON from a file and using it. So to create a JSON file, you just open a file with write mode and create .json or whatever. Then using json.dump, okay, you have to give the dictionary here and the file handle. It will dump it, create a file, dump the JSON to that file. Now file is ready. Now I'm just going, the next operation I'm showing is I have a JSON file already. I'm going to open it, get the JSON from there and show it. So open this, there will be a handle if successful. So what I have to do, json.load. I have to work on this function called load. Give that file name, file handle. It will give you a JSON data. JSON data is nothing but a dictionary in Python. So I'm just showing printing here. So obviously since I'm just doing the same thing here, I am getting the same output here. Now I can also, since it's a dictionary, I can just use based on the key. So if I want to get the sex, I can say data, this whatever data sex, data is used for M132. So I think this gives you a basic introduction of JSON. Of course, in your real application, the file will be much more heavy. It will be multi-layered JSON. For example, employee may have address and address will have state, city, country, etc. There may be multi-layered way of operating, but this is core, and you can do a lot on based on this. Hello, we have come to the concluding session of this Python programming series. Before I end this, I just want to show you a few more things which will be of benefit to you. Uh, so I hope you have really understood the concepts, which was made very simple and very easy, and I hope you have tried them also. Of course, you can at your leisure try this because it's available in YouTube anyways, and I hope you succeed a lot in Python. So the last thing that I would like to show here is the python.org file. I mean the website. This is one of the main website that you have to be aware as long as you are in Python. Okay. So there are, I just want to quickly walk you through that so that you can use it at your leisure. Mainly you look at this, okay? These are the main things that is you have to be aware of. Okay. Let me straightforward go to jobs, which is of the prime most importance to many. So if you go to jobs, right? So there are many jobs listed here. We normally only check for jobs in jobs website, but even this has a lot of jobs. See, if you see here, it is listing all the jobs here. You can go by types. If you see types here, right? Backend, big data, cloud, database, image processing, integration, lead, machine learning, numeric operations, etc., etc., right? So that's the most important thing. So you can, filter based on that, and you will see some jobs, which is very cool because this is very specific, right? In job website, you won't see this way probably. Then categories, the title, whatever. Then you can also check for limit and nowadays location. Nowadays even remote has come up, right? So 100% remote. See, for example, there's 100% remote here, senior Python engineer. Okay, if you click on that, you will know the details, right? And then it will show you whom to contact. This is very cool, right? So it's more genuine. Then see also you can also see create an account of your own. So this is the one thing that you have to keep using. If as long as you're in Python related stuff like machine learning or art, you can use this. Okay. Then the second thing I would like to show you is the community here. So Python community is it has a lot of things. For example, there will be a lot of conferences and workshops. You see here, right? There are a lot of conferences. For example, see Django Con Europe, right? See virtual Django 2 to 6th June 2021. What happened or is going to happen or things like that. So you can, they will list all this here, right? See? Okay, that is one thing. That is one thing you will see here, conferences and workshop. Then some awards and special interests and logos and jobs and also even merchandise. For example, see this freeware.org prints and sells t-shirt with this design. So you can probably order if you are, uh, in a near location or whatever. So things like that, right? Special interest groups are there. Okay. So which, see, these are all the stuff you can, subscribe to also. Okay. So jobs is one thing, community is one thing. That's the most essential. And for a developer as such, you have to know that if you come here, this is where all the releases, if you see, you'll have release specific information. So you can know which release is coming up, right, or which is active, and if it is active, what is the end of support, right? All these are important because if some release is coming near to end of support, you have to probably better to upgrade, right? And also you can download the software's latest software for Windows, Mac, or other platforms, etc. That's another thing, right? Now documentation. If you see here, documentation is another important. If you see docs by version is there, right? Then you have many things. A library reference, see? All the libraries are built in it. So many things, see? SQLite, all this many library OS. What is a OS library, etc. is listed here. And then if you see here, um, Python outstore, right? In-depth document specific topic, see? And a tutorial, see? A basic tutorial, right? Lambda, data structures, and this is the the best one to refer, right? Extending and embedding, installing Python modules, etc. Okay, so jobs you can keep checking. You can see community where for any conferences, etc. and see this developer stuff to check all the down releases that is coming up, etc. And last not but not the least, PSF, which is Python Software Foundation. See, this is the organization which is managing this whole thing. Okay, python.org. So they have many things actively going on. Some grants is happening. They would need some donation. Then you whether you can see whether you can volunteer something, and they will be listing some news and all. If you see here, right? Somebody has joined the package manager like that. Okay, okay, that is one thing. So we saw jobs, we saw the community activities. Then we saw for developer all the releases and documentation. Then we learned about the Python Software Foundation. And the last one I would talk to about is package index. See, in our course we install many packages, right? If you would like to know what are the packages available, see, we can see here Python 3 compared. See, all these are packages are there. Almost some 500 packages are there now as we speak. So if you want any specific package, like for example, matplotlib, okay. See, I am checking this. So I'll come. So I'll know this. Who is the whatever, how to install, who to contact, etc. etc. So there's a lot more that you can learn. Okay, so keep checking this and use as you seem as necessary. Okay, so I hope it helped you, and I hope if you are looking out for jobs, you can check here and keep experimenting. Thank you.